Well, we may be 30 minutes delayed, but we are still ready to rumble for a round 2 rematch between the Ed White Commanders and the St. Augustine Yellow Jackets. St. Augustine on a roll, putting up 70 in round 1, trying to advance to the regional finals for another year in a row. Meanwhile, Ed White, last season against St. Augustine, they ran into him at the wrong time. They said they were just in a mood where they felt like they were almost happy to be there. Not this year. The Commanders looking to pull off an upset and take down St. Augustine with a trip to the regional finals on the line. Noah Schlickson, Brody McGuff with you here at St. Augustine High School. Brody, just moments away from kickoff. We were delayed as Ed White, their bus was late showing up to the school, and traffic today, a nightmare throughout the area. But we've still got some football to be played.
Yeah, some traffic on 95. I had some problems coming up here from Orlando earlier today.
About
so
a 4-hour drive. Yeah. It's normally 2, right?
Yeah, so I feel like everybody in this stadium has had to deal with some sort of effect with the traffic, but the worst case of them all is for Ed White. It did back them up a while, and they kind of had to rush their warm-ups when they got here, but luckily it looked like they got a full warm-up in, and they looked ready to play. Both teams really fun to watch, high-flying offenses. 2 of the best QBs in the area, both juniors as well. So this won't be the last of seeing either of them. So just a really good game in store, and me and Noah, as always, very stoked to call this contest.
Absolutely, and this matchup, looking back at its history, St. Augustine 5-1 all-time against Ed White. Won this game in round 2, 38-14 last season. Ed White had went into there. They hadn't won a playoff game since 2014. They got that road mark out of the way last year. They fell to St. Augustine in the second round. This time out, though, Coach Lawrence Johnson and the Commanders are looking to come in here and pull out a win, something that maybe they weren't expected to do last year. They aren't expected to do this season. They come in as the underdogs. Brody, what are they going to have to do to take down the 1 seed?
They're going to need to get some stops defensively. I feel like Ed White, and anybody that's watched Ed White, has a lot of faith in their offense going into this game. They averaged 40 points a game this year, breaking a Florida record from what I have heard of. So Ed White's a high-flying offense. They just need to get a few stops for their team to have a chance at the end. This game might go down to who has the ball last.
Here's the opening kick. Ed White bringing it in and running it back. That's the 30-yard line. They go to the 34, and out comes the highest scoring regular season offense in FHSAA history.
Yeah, they're high flying and led by their field general, King Boylston. He can do it all for you. He can run, pass, run somebody over, jump over his own player to get in the end zone. He can do a lot of things for your offense. And don't forget about these 2 lethal receivers that stand out to me. Nick Roberson, the big shot type of guy. They take shots up him at the sideline. I expected them to do that on random downs throughout the night. And also King Mercer, number 6, the Royal Connection. We will see a lot of that tonight. And they got a very good run game as well. R.J. Lloyd leading the pack.
They run the ball 70% of the time. And Boylston, the quarterback, going to keep it himself right here up to around the 40-yard line he goes. It'll set up a 2nd and 4. Yeah, Brody, we talk about this passing game and the threats they have there, but they use the run game really to set up those big plays in the pass.
They do, and they go hurry-up offense, which they are doing as we speak.
And they hand it off, going up the gut, and close to a first down. Looks like he's got it. Ed White up to the St. Aug 45. That was R.J. Lloyd, the running back. Sophomore comes into this game, 674 rushing yards on the season.
He's a stud. He might not get the social media praise as the other halfbacks do around the area, but he's a physical one. He's hard to deal with.
They give it right back to him, going up the middle for a couple yards there. A minimal gain. It will be 2nd down and 8. Ed White on their own 47-yard line. Yeah, we'll talk about their defense and how they have struggled in these types of games this year. They feel like with this offense, all they really need is one stop.
Yeah.
That's their number. And something St. Augustine cannot do in this game is give this offense free yards, which they do right here, jumping off sides.
They're trying to send a bunch of pressure on the Ed White right side towards their sideline. They had two linebackers, one linebacker, one nickel coming from that side. Caught him jumping. St. Aug likes to blitz.
Play action, Boylston, jump pass, picked off! It's picked off! Markel Elmore running it back, gets up to the St. Augustine 44. St. Augustine gets a turnover on the first possession.
What a play there by St. Augustine's defense all around. Markel Elmore, the guy who got the pick, but one of the D linemen got pressure on that little jump pass across the middle. King Boylston tried to get over him. He looked like he tried to jump as he did it, and then he got hit pretty hard. Could have affected the pass. Looking for Laguerre across the middle. Really good defensive play right there for the Yellow Jackets. They're pumped about that. Any stop against this Ed White offense is always impressive.
St. Augustine starting with a run.
Yeah, just simple give up the middle to Darrell Preston. He's a solid back as well. A little bit more explosive than R.J. Lloyd and Ed White's offense, but a little bit smaller of a back. He's a fast cat, too. They like, when he's working, they'll keep going to him.
By becoming a sponsor, making a donation, or volunteering your time.
Looking to pass. James goes over the middle, incomplete.
I'm looking for a slant across the middle to Wingo. Ed White had a backer in the lane, though. Really good job by him. And he can't get the number right now. I think it was Donovan Davis Jr. dropped right in the window. So it made it Brent James try to throw it a little bit behind Wingo, take away from the hit. Just not a good enough ball for that play right there. Third down coming.
It'll be 3rd and 7. 10:06 on the clock. James looks to pass, stands in the pocket, fires over the middle, and dropped by Wingo. Would have been an amazing grab. Instead, a 3-and-out for St. Augustine. So how about that? This is a Ed White offense that doesn't turn the ball over very often. I was going to talk about how King Boylston hasn't thrown a pick in his last 4 games. He does on the opening drive, and then how about the defense picking him up?
That's a big-time stop for both defenses. Definitely not the start to the game. I think fans, and including us, would think, but that's another good drop by Donovan Davis Jr. getting right in that window again, trying to hit the slant to Wingo. Wingo trying to make a circus catch, but Davis Jr. just laid a pretty big hit on him, kind of spun him in the air, and that ball popped out, and 4th down's coming. Again, very impressive by both defenses to get a stop both opening drives.
There's the punt. Down inside the 20-yard line to the 18 where it's down, and Ed White will take over.
Solid punt right there. A low one, but it rolled a little bit too. Ed White setting up shop, and just barely inside the 20. It looks like the 18-yard line.
So for the Ed White offense, they throw the pick on that first possession. Defense gets a stop. And now trying to make the most of it. Play action. Rolling right. Boylston over the middle. It is off the hands of King Mercer. Incomplete.
King Mercer averages the most yards per catch. Roberson right behind him. That was a big-time play right there, across the middle of the field. That's a crosser for King Mercer. Boylston puts it on the money. That's a drop right there. Got to execute on those plays throughout this ball game. Ed White going empty.
2nd down and 10. Low snap, Boylston up across the 20-yard line. It'll be 3rd and long.
Ed White will go empty. No backs in the backfield. They like to run the ball with King Boylston in those situations. Right there, St. Augustine's ready for it. That was a good set edge set by the nickel backer, Markel Elmore. Now it's a 3rd and long for Ed White's offense.
Boylston releases to the near sideline. That one is dropped. Was looking for Nick Roberson, back from an injury.
Just getting a simple hitch out right there. Honestly, that could have been Ed White just trying to set up a manageable fourth down in their own territory to go for it. This is a very aggressive offense, and they'll be going for it on fourth down a lot tonight, just not getting themselves in a situation to do so. So here comes the punt team. They've had special teams problems throughout this year.
A low snap, a high punt. Takes a hop on the Ed White 43 and forward to the 45. Marion Laguerre will down it on the Ed White 46. 9:02 to play, scoreless so far. So how about this? The defense is showing up so far.
Yeah, again, not the expectations we would have thought of going into this game, but two good stops by St. Aug and a good stop by Ed White. St. Augustine's got to be really happy with their field position going on the field right now in Ed White territory. Ed White searching for another stop. It's going to be hard to do this all night, though.
James hands it off. They go up the middle. Trendell Anderson picks up a few yards. 2nd and 7.
Yeah, they'll rotate the backfield with multiple running backs. One of them being Trendell Anderson, who also plays in the slot as well. They move him around. He's just kind of their gadget player. He's one heck of a ball player, and he might be the fastest player on this St. Augustine offense.
Second down, play action over the middle. James finds Wingo. Wingo down inside the 20. He's still going inside the 5. They can't bring him down. Samorian Wingo! Touchdown! Oh my goodness!
Holy cow! Wingo got that ball like the 10-yard line. Maybe even before that. He just showed you his strength right there. That's a big receiver for St. Augustine, and he just powered his way to the end zone. I don't know how he did it. He was wrapped up by 4 Ed White players. They've looked at an RPO slant already 2 times prior tonight, and they hit it right there, finally connecting on it. And that's what happens when Wingo secures a catch. He makes a big play.
The PAT is up and good. And St. Augustine up 7-0. 8 minutes, 12 seconds to go. We're going to step away for a quick 30-second break. Message from Farah and Farah back after this on Action Sports Jacks.
One thing I noticed is that when Chuck joined me, he challenged me.
You're going to be late.
Not as late as you. It's a natural thing between brothers, pushing each other.
Hey, it's one-upmanship. It's good for us, and it's good for our clients.
It doesn't get more fairer than that.
Back now at St. Augustine High School. Man, Birdie, it's been a night.
Yeah, that's
Traffic, delayed starts and technical difficulties, and now Ed White bringing it back after a touchdown from St. Augustine. And a Sports Center top 10 type play from Samorian Wingo.
He does it every week, and in big-time games, you just feel like he grows even better as a player, and he arrives every time. Ed White's offense needs to go out here and move the ball a little bit better than what they have been doing. Not even move the ball. They need to get in the end zone and get some points on the board. The St. Augustine offense, if they get the ball rolling, it's hard to stop.
First down and 10. How about this defense from St. Aug? Back-to-back stops here against Ed White. The least amount of points this Commanders unit has scored this season, 41.
Wow.
Not often you see him off to a slow start like this.
It's a nice first down run by R.J. Lloyd. Again, Ed White likes to go a lot of hurry up, and going to be tough for St. Augustine to get lined up every down and be in their exact right positions to play some defense.
1st and 10. They hand it off.
First down, Commanders.
Small gain now for Joseph Williams, and there's an injured player down on the field.
Williams on the carry for the Commanders. We do have an injured commander
Brody,
on the play.
This defense for St. Augustine is slowing down an Ed White run game that hasn't been slowed down by anybody this season.
St. Augustine, their defense is very disciplined. This is probably the most disciplined defense Ed White has played. They played some better ones statistically, but I'd say as far as discipline goes, St. Augustine's defensive unit, they're one of the most disciplined teams in the area. So it's going to be harder to just be able to bounce outside runs. They're going to set harder edges than most teams, and it's going to be really tough for this Ed White offense. There was some solid running on those first 2 plays of that drive, but it really sucks to see a player down on the field as we speak. That looks like it's John Rankin, the center. Ed White's O-line might be one of the most impressive parts of their whole team. They're not exactly like size-wise tall or anything. I think their tallest one is 6'1", but they got some weight on them, and they're very tough, and they're a scrappy unit. Got to give that unit some props for what they have accomplished this season.
Player still down on the field with an injury. And we're going to step away for an injury timeout.
Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz. Every Friday, the only live streaming show in Jacksonville dedicated to high school football. Streaming on Action Sports Jax 24/7. Then we're packing all the highlights into a 30-minute show, Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz, and streaming on Action Sports Jax 24/7, Friday at 10:30 on Fox 30. Sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
Okay. Back now at St. Augustine, 2nd down and 9 coming up for the Commanders.
With an injury for the Commanders.
Brody, we got a number on player for Ed White.
Yeah, it was their center. I mentioned earlier it was their center, 78, John Rankin. He was down pretty quick on that play, and hoping he's all right. But I think that means that Lamonte Yancey, the junior, is going to have to come in and play center for him unless they move their O-line around. That could be a major loss for this Ed White offense, getting your center knocked out the game early.
Boylston alone in the backfield. Let's go. The screen pass to Marion Laguerre. Gets up to the 50-yard line.
Laguerre is Ed White's kind of gadget player. He plays pretty much listed as a fullback, but he'll line up at tight end. He'll line up at sniffer. He'll line up out wide, too, as he is on the top of the screen, it looks like. They like the ball in his hands in open space. It's a tough player to bring down, I'll say that, standing at 5'10", 220.
Third down and 4 now for Ed White. Boylston, quarterback keeper. Going to be short. 4th and short now in St. Augustine side of the field. This is a play where Ed White's going for it 100% of the time.
Yeah, they trust in their offense on these 4th down type of yardages right here. Looks like 4 to 5 yards. Ed White's QB runs up the middle hasn't been really working for him so far. That's probably the first time they've really felt this whole season. St. Augustine takes the timeout.
Timeout called by the Jackets.
Timeout, Yellow Jackets. They lead 7-0, 6:19 to play in the first half. Brody, right now, Ed White, they can't find a way to run the football consistently. And what do you credit that to from St. Augustine's defense?
Again, they're doing a really good job of just setting hard edges that, a lot of these run plays Ed White do, whether with R.J. Lloyd or with King Boylston up the middle, they like to kind of hang around behind their guard or tackle and then bounce outside. And every time they try to do that so far, St. Augustine just had a defender there. Markel Elmore, even though we're only 6 minutes into this game, he's having a game already. He's setting edges. He's made a few tackles, and he's got the pick. The turnover St. Augustine had earlier. Their nickel player is quite the stud for this Yellow Jacket defense. Big 4th down coming up and empty.
4th down and 3. Boylston facing a blitz. Let's go of it. Finds Mercer. Mercer holds on to it through contact. He's down to the 43.
Nice quick slant on that 4th down. Great execution right there and a great catch by King Mercer.
And that takes us to the water break. Back after these messages on Action Sports Jacks 24/7.
What a throw! Touchdown, Jaguars!
We're coming for you.
They're going to get him on the ground, and that's going to end the ball game.
We show no mercy.
Lawrence looking deep in the end zone. Touchdown!
Duval! ETN is going to take it all the way!
Right here on CBS 47.
CBS 47. Right here.
Your official station of the Jacksonville Jaguars.
And the Jaguars strike first.
Go Jags.
Back now at St. Augustine High School. Ed White with the football. They trail by 7. Boylston takes the snap. Looking to pass on 1st down, trying to escape the pocket. He is hit and he is brought down. One thing that Coach Braddock talked about coming into this game, they want to contain him on the scramble.
Oh, and they need to. I mean, a lot of big plays that Ed White has throughout the season. Usually starts with King Boylston moving around the pocket or rolling out, either just making a decision to run with his legs or take a shot downfield, make something happen. Because the more time you buy, the more time your receivers can have to get open.
Contact for the Jacket. 2nd down.
2nd and 10. Boylston hands it off, hit in the backfield, and stopped is R.J. Lloyd. That's going to be a loss of 2.
St. Augustine's doing a really good job of stuffing up this run so far. Right there, Mason Bean, number 17, the middle linebacker. Big time play, fitting up that gap and stopping R.J. Lloyd. Now we got a 3rd and long for this Ed White offense.
Being their leading tackler with 115 coming into this game. Also leads them in sacks and tackles for loss. With that one, he's now at 12. 3rd down and 12. Boylston.
Gotta say, it looked like those receivers moved before the ball was snapped just slightly.
It'd be a false start. 3rd down and 17.
I think Ed White's just thinking here, let's cut down half this yardage, get to a manageable 4th down. If they get inside 4th and 10, I think they'll still try to take their shot to get the 1st down. But they definitely need to chop down some of this yardage on this upcoming play.
Another empty backfield on 3rd down and a mile. 4 minutes and 19 seconds to go in the 1st quarter. Boylston, 5-man rush, steps forward, he's going to run himself. Boylston looking for anything, gets down inside the 40-yard line. And it'll now be 4th down and 7.
I think Ed White likes that play right there. That cut down about half the yardage. So they're definitely going to go for it from the looks of it. Boylston just finding a way to pick up some yards in that last play. They're staying in an empty backfield on this big time 4th down.
St. Augustine making noise. Boylston moving to his left. He's hit and he is sacked. Mason Lynch brings him down. And St. Aug takes over on the Ed White 45.
St. Augustine dials up a blitz right there, and one of the blitzing linebackers was their Will Mason Lynch, number 24. Get in the backfield quick. Kate Boylston had nowhere to go. St. Augustine just winning up front big time when it comes to Ed White's O-line going against their D-line and linebackers blitzing. That defensive side of the ball is winning.
With 4:01 left to play in the first quarter, St. Augustine High School takes possession, and they have a 7-point lead over the Commanders.
So with forward progress, they rule Boylston down just inside the 50-yard line. So 1st and 10 on the Ed White 49. They start with the give up the middle, turn it around and going. That's a first down for Darrell Preston.
Yeah, he was a little bit clogged up at first. Ed White's got to make that tackle quick. They got to stop this run game. They cannot let St. Augustine be two-dimensional.
Now running to the right is Preston. A flag is down.
It's got to be holding on Laguerre. We got Laguerre playing some D-line tonight. He got up in big penetration right there. St. Augustine lineman had to hold him. It's going to bring him up, bring him back 10.
Preston on the carry for the Jackets. There is a flag on the play.
So St. Augustine now backed up.
Holding called against the Jackets. We will replay first down.
First down, 20 yards to go. Brenton James, shotgun formation. Play action. James with time. His arm is hit, nearly picked off. It looked like a clean pocket, but how about that play?
Pass deflected by the Commanders. Falls incomplete.
Looked like Joseph Williams. Or no, that was Laguerre who got in there, and I think he hit the arm.
Yeah, Laguerre playing some D-line like I just mentioned tonight. And he's already making some big-time plays. He's the reason why they're backed up 10 yards from the original marker. Got that holding call right there, getting a hand on Brenton James while trying to dial up that pass.
2nd and 20. Rolling left, let's go the pass. That's Preston. Preston picks up about 15.
That's a really good play dialed up by Braddock right there. Rolling out Brenton James on the left side. Their halfback Preston was in the flats, and then they ran a slant stop right in the middle. The nickel has to pick one. He picked the slant stop, left Preston wide open for a big gain on that 2nd down play.
Officially 3rd down and 6 yards to go. James takes the snap. Hands it off. Preston's the first down inside the red zone of the 15.
First down. Jackets on the carry by Nate Preston. James on the keeper. 2nd down for the Jackets coming up.
And right now they say that he's as close to 100% as he's been since before the first game.
Yeah, I noticed he has some what they call KT tape on his hamstring beneath his pants. Saw it hanging out at the bottom. It's definitely a hamstring related issue. Looks like they draw him offside right there.
That should give him the first down. Second down and 1. St. Augustine knocking on the door. Now they officially rule it 1st and goal.
carry for the Jackets. Second and goal.
Second and goal now. Down on the Ed White 2-yard line. To play in the first quarter. James looking to pass, incomplete. He was feeling pressure, trying to find Wingo, couldn't get it
Pass
done.
intended for Samorian Wingo, falls incomplete. That'll bring up a third and goal for the Jackets.
James runs up the middle, fighting for the goal line. And he's going to be short. Fourth and goal.
James on the keeper when he's stopped by the Commanders just short of the goal line. Fourth and goal for the Jackets.
Fourth down and goal. Yellow Jackets trying to get in. And they're going to go for it. James, the quarterback, takes it himself and takes it in. 13-0.
It's a great start for St. Augustine right now.
The Jackets now the 2-possession lead. The snap, the kick, the PAT is good. And just like that, 14-0 St. Augustine, 47 seconds to play in the first quarter.
With 47 seconds left to play in the first quarter, St. Augustine High School extends their lead over the Ed White Commanders, 14.
Brody, an unprecedented start here. Yellow Jackets in control, and that Ed White offense that hasn't been stopped this year can't get anything going.
They can, and it's very impressive by St. Augustine's defense so far. They're piling up the QB runs. R.J. Lloyd not being able to get as much space as Ed White would like him to in the passing game. Honestly, I feel like that's more self-inflicted wounds by Ed White. They're not blocking well up front, and also had about 2 or 3 drops so far by their receiving room. All in all, though, St. Augustine off to a great start, 14-0 in the first quarter with 47 seconds left in this first quarter.
Short kick here, taken in on the 25. They run it back to the 37.
Big time drive coming up for Ed White's offense. Got to make something happen here. But really, the O-line needs to step up. Give King Boylston just a little bit more time.
I think they need to start putting Laguerre back there to just block.
I agree. The only time he's really blocked was for those QB runs. Laguerre is coming on the field on this bottom side. He's going to line up as a sniffer behind that left tackle.
One thing's for sure, Ed White needs something. As right now it is all Yellow Jackets. Trying to run the ball up to the 40-yard line they go. Second down and 7.
Nice 3 to 4 yard run right there. Ed White's completely fine with that on the first down. Tough running though by Joseph Williams.
They hand it off again. Breaking past the line of scrimmage and up to the 45. Another run for Joseph Williams, who's gotten more action at running back than R.J. Lloyd here in recent weeks. I know Lloyd's been dealing with a bit of an injury, but maybe not 100%, as we're seeing the senior get some more carries. As time runs out in the first quarter, back after this break on Action Sports Jacks.
High School Yellow Jackets and the Ed White Commanders. After one quarter of
I'm going to let you in on a little secret. The thrill of winning never gets old.
But at Farah, it's not just about us. It's the thrill of fighting for our clients.
That's what drives us.
We've seen big insurance underpay car crash claims or flat out deny them.
It's sad to say, but it's true.
That's why we're so relentless, to get our clients every dollar they deserve.
It doesn't get more fairer than that.
Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order.
The crowd sponsored Yellow Jackets installing controls with HVAC on commercial projects.
Start of the second quarter now, third down for Ed White. They snap it, and King Boylston going to get forward for a first down.
Yeah, that's a very good run right there by Boylston. Shaking off a tackler and reaching out for that first down run. Again, St. Augustine doing a really good job of bottling up this QB run for the Ed White offense, and that is a crucial part of their offense.
Boylston again going to run it himself. Got some good blocks, and he gets about 6 yards. So maybe Ed White's seen something there with the quarterback run. Getting a little less time to develop on those plays.
Yeah, right there to just taking it outside, which I don't think they've done yet. That had a lot more success than the rest of their QB runs. But I feel like they got to get the passing game going just a little bit so they can create a threat in the air so St. Augustine doesn't stack the box, because that's what they've been doing so far.
Come see us at 16 St. George Street.
High snap, Boylston running right. He is hit. He is brought down. It's Mason Bean.
He's met by Mason, bringing up the Yellow Jackets.
Mason Bean has just been a stud for this Yellow Jacket defense all year. Right there, making a big-time sack on that second down play. King Boylston trying to scramble and make some room and improvise on these passing plays. St. Augustine's D-line and linebackers just doing a really good job of containing him and bottling him up.
It'll be third down and 9, 10:28 to go. Second quarter of play, 14-0. St. Augustine going to jump.
Firing off the ball, maybe a little bit too hard there. Jumping off sides. Kind of canceling that sack that just happened. Bring up a third down, it's more manageable. Would think Ed White goes to the ground here, but although it has been working, they're staying at double stacks on this third down play.
Third down, Boylston trying to escape, somehow gets out of the pocket, running left, and he is brought down around the line of scrimmage.
Quarterback on the
that
keeper,
pocket was
tracked down again by
collapsing
Mason Bean.
quick
The Yellow
right
Jackets
there.
got to bring up a fourth
Left
down.
side of the D-line for the Yellow Jackets, getting some penetration. Then Sean Rannick coming hot off that right side at the top of the screen.
Ed White, they're going to go for it.
Yeah, they really do need to convert this and get some points on this offensive drive. St. Augustine will get the ball after half. And they got a false start.
And Ed White gonna have to punt now. And you wonder what the feeling is on the sideline. They haven't been stopped this year. How are they going to respond to this adversity?
Yeah, they haven't felt an adversity like this all year, so very intrigued to see how they respond throughout the rest of the game. I'm pretty shocked up here as well. I would think Ed White would at least have 7 on the board by this point in the game.
They run out of time on the play clock, so back them up 5 more yards. The punt is away. It's a good one. Santiago picks it up. He's running it back. Gets to the 30-yard line.
Didn't really seem like he wanted to, but the ball just happened to kick towards his area. Good reaction out of him to be able to pick that up and get a little return out of it. Here comes the Yellow Jackets offense with a drive that could create a 3-possession gap between the teams. Ed White's defense needs to come up with something here. Maybe a big-time momentum play, maybe a turnover.
First and 10 for the Yellow Jackets. They run up the middle, get the first down. That's Preston again.
They can't let that happen. Can't keep letting the St. Augustine offense run the ball well. They're definitely going to stick to it even more if it keeps working like that since they have this 2-possession lead.
They go back to the run with Preston. And it's a 2-yard gain. Make it 3 actually. 2nd and 7.
The Commanders have made Preston on the Yellow Jackets, 2nd down.
Trying to get him to jump. Almost did. James. Running right. He's got daylight in front of him.
James on the keeper.
There's a flag in the backfield as he gets close to the first down marker.
There is a flag on the play. Holding called against the Yellow Jackets.
So holding going against St. Augustine. We'll back him up 10 yards.
Big-time flag right there.
Virtual and Company Real Estate is a professional, experienced, and local agency that has been
Bring up a
selling
second
St.
and long.
Augustine and the beaches for over 27 years. For your real estate needs, don't forget to call on Virtual and Company.
2nd down and 17. 7:53 on the clock in the 2nd quarter. James over the middle, high pass, incomplete. He's looking for Trendell Anderson.
Came out,
he didn't get picked.
Yeah, lucky it did. Julian Holt, the safety who was in the area where the ball landed, he was too zoned in on trying to make a tackle on Anderson if he caught the ball. If he knew that ball was high, he might have been able to get a pick there. Lucky for St. Augustine. Big down coming up here. It's 3rd and forever. Ed White has to get a stop on this play.
James gets it off on a screen. There's Santiago. Julio Santiago past the 50. Gets the first down and gets down to the Ed White 42.
What a play call for St. Augustine. Tunnel screens coming on both sides. They fake it to Wingo's side where you think the more attention would be. They went to Santiago, and Santiago's a lethal runner after the catch. Made a big-time play there. Send up shop inside the 50.
They go back to the run game with Trendell Anderson.
Anderson on the carry for the Jackets. Stop made by Mark.
2nd down, about 2 to go.
2nd down.
A lot of movement before the snap. I'll back him up 5, I think.
Oh, yeah, well. Surprised how many offensive flags St. Augustine has early in this game. But they're finding ways to get around it and capitalize on most of these drives.
Seven minutes and 2 seconds to play in the first half. Three to the left. They hand to Preston. Inside the 35. Pushing that pile forward. And he's going to be close to a first down.
Gritty play right there for Preston, shaking that first tackle. Getting close to that first down. It looks like it's in front of the sticks from my angle.
For the Jackets.
I think they're going to call it short.
Third down and inches. James hands to Preston. Preston with the first down and more! Preston! Touchdown, St. Augustine!
Ed White had two defenders in the backfield right when that ball was snapped. Preston just saw a crease around that B gap on the left side, maybe the A gap. Once he hit that, he was just gone, and when you miss on a big-time blitz like that, it's going to be nobody on that second level. Preston making it happen on the ground during that drive.
Congratulations, football fans. 33-2 was so sweet, you decided to drink it all.
6 minutes and 7 seconds to go in the first half. St. Augustine dominating. There's a flag down on the PAT.
With 6 minutes, 7 seconds left to play in the half, St. Augustine extends their lead over the Ed White Commanders, 21-0.
And we'll see what the call is on the flag.
Yeah, the refs are huddled up near the end zone talking about it. It's always on the PATs. They got to discuss a lot. Looks like they come to a decision. Some type of flag on Ed White. Not exactly sure what he signaled.
Is good, and there was a personal foul called against the Commanders.
A personal foul against Ed White. Now it'll be a 15-yard penalty applied to the kickoff.
The penalty is being assessed against the Commanders on the kickoff.
One thing that they talked about coming in this week, they wanted to be airtight on special teams. They didn't want to allow big returns, give Ed White good starting field position. They'll love this. They'll take a touchback every time.
Oh, yeah, they will. Get it out of Ed White's big, talented players back there. Any of those guys, those kind of back four back there, any of those guys get the ball in their hands, they can make something happen.
There's the kick. It's brought in at the 9. Going to give him a chance to run it back. King Mercer past the 25, down around the 27. 6:01 to play in the first half. And we're going to step away for a water break on Action Sports Jacks 24/7.
you have the opportunity to explore what you might want to do with your life.
There's so many opportunities here that it can spark interest that you didn't even know you had.
A big thank you to RV Varia, our local family-owned RV dealership.
Welcome back to St. Augustine. 6:01 to play in the first half. 21-0 Yellow Jackets is our score. Snap is dropped. Going to be a loss of yardage. King Boylston and Ed White, they need a big play.
Yeah, they need to get the ball rolling on offense if they want to have a shot to come back in this game. Just struggling in all capacities right now through the run game, throwing the ball, blocking. Just not much really working for them. They got to go find something quick. Maybe a shot to Roberson to spice things up.
Play action going up the side. Picked off. No, it's dropped. Was looking for Roberson. Found the hands of Karan Robinson. Just couldn't hang on as he hit the ground. Looked like he forced that throw. Can't be doing that. Can't be getting desperate right now.
Yeah, it looks like Roberson thought that ball was going out of bounds. It looked like he kind of just gave up on it. DB for St. Augustine. Like it was Jenkins or Robinson on that. Almost got a pick out of that. Honestly, thought he was going to get that for sure when I first saw his hands connect with the ball. And now Ed White's got a 3rd and long.
3rd down and 15. Boylston lets one rip. Incomplete.
He took a shot too when he let it rip. Sean Rannick
had a free blitz.
Yeah, started out on the left side and then started across the middle. Kind of crisscrossed with his D tackle. And Ed White bid on that big time. Left him wide open. King Boylston couldn't really set his feet and make a nice throw. He kind of had to let it rip and then took a big shot. He's been getting lit up more than he has all year tonight.
How about this performance right now by the St. Augustine defense? It's something else.
They're smothering them. They're doing everything they want to do. Ed White doesn't even have. Oh no!
The punt on the ground. They kicked it up through the uprights. So that'll be a safety.
It's illegal to kick it too, though.
It was a great kick.
Just the wrong way.
He got a lot on that one. Kind of impressive with the way it was spinning.
He booted that thing. It went high too.
Ed White's in a little bit of trouble, Brody.
In a lot of trouble. A lot of trouble, and it's just quiet over there. You can see just no energy all game. They're just really struggling as a whole unit so far.
So now they're discussing with Coach Brian Braddock how to go about this. And it is a safety. So now 23-0 Yellow Jackets.
Still think it was smart for him to kick it. That could have been a touchdown for St. Augustine if they got to it in time and jumped on it in the end zone.
The penalty called was an illegal kick against the Commanders.
But man, I mean,
St. Augustine will get the 2 points.
You know when they say it rains, it pours. It's raining and pouring for Ed White right now. Just one thing after another just keeps crumbling on them. But how they respond the rest of the game will really show you the true identity of this team. Are they going to keep fighting, or are they just going to
bow out and call it a night?
Yeah, they just got to figure out what they're going to do here. You got to feel like this is a time for their seniors and their captains to step up and light a fire underneath these Ed White Commanders.
Five minutes, 13 seconds to go in the first half. If you're St. Augustine right now, they couldn't have drawn up a better start to this game.
No, they couldn't have. Their defense playing lights out, offense doing what they normally do.
At
They
this
could
point
play
now,
some
you just
special teams.
you got to keep the football in your possession and don't turn it over.
That's all they're thinking about.
Some score updates from around the area. Ponte Vedra whooping Beachside 31-3 at half.
Wow.
As this punt takes a bounce, picked up, running it back past the 40 to the 50. And St. Aug will set up shop on the Ed White 46.
Corey Spencer on the return for the Jackets. First down.
Buholtz leading Nice 14-7 in the second quarter. University Christian up 20-0 on Impact Christian. Trinity Christian tied with McClay 7-7 in the second quarter. And West Nassau in the SSAA State Championship game down by 8 at half, 30-22. Mandarin up on pace by 7, 28-21 at halftime. On the Ed White 45, first down and 10. Brenton James, the quarterback. Brings Trendell Anderson across the field in motion. Hands it off to Preston. And he's going to get a couple.
St. Augustine's had a lot of success tonight running between the tackles. Preston's already having a really solid night so far. This game is going by fast, too. Just look at the clock. There's 4 minutes and 40 seconds left in this second quarter. St. Augustine looking just slowly drive downfield and leave no time for Ed White on their next offensive drive.
They go back to the ground. This is Preston. Down around the 40-yard line.
Third down.
A solid tackling right there for the front seven of Ed White. Getting to a third down here. They know they really need to get off the field.
3rd and 5. James gets around the blitz, runs, slides, and gets the first down. Nice job there by Brenton James.
Yeah, they realized they were sending some heat. Julian Holt coming off that right side. Brenton James like, you know what, I don't like this, and just scrubbed to the left and picked up a nice first down for the Yellow Jackets offense.
Now moving with some pace, gets up to the line of scrimmage, looks and checks to the sideline. A lot of high school quarterbacks, when they see pressure like that, it's panic.
Yeah.
He's calm.
He is, and he's very impressive. He's had a very impressive year as well.
Let's go of a quick pass. It's caught by Trendell Anderson, and he's going to pick up around 3.
That'll bring up a second down Jacket.
Nice little hitch play there for St. Augustine, and really solid tackle by Dimitri Lamar. Getting down Trendell Anderson in open space. One of the hardest tasks you could do on the field tonight.
Yeah, he's having himself a good game. You know, it's been quiet since that touchdown, Samorian Wingo.
I feel like what I've noticed, I mean, what looks like offsides for Ed White there. Well, it looks like what I've noticed from watching St. Augustine games is like he'll be quiet, and then he'll just make that one big play. It's like he makes a big play a quarter almost.
Penalty called against Commander.
It's like dynamite every time that ball touches his hands. He just makes an explosive play.
I mean, he's got a 3-star corner right now hovering him. Jakari Parks has been on him all night. They go back to the ground. Darrell Preston. First down, St. Aug.
More success for the run plays between the tackles for St. Augustine as they go hurry up, and they're probably going to run the same thing.
2 minutes, 40 seconds to go in the second quarter. They go back to Preston, goes inside the 10-yard line, down to the 7.
Carried again by Preston. Got to bring up a second down for the Jackets.
I think they're going to take their time here, tick off some clock.
Second down, about 3 yards to go. 2 right, 1 left. Wingo one-on-one. They hand it off. And into the end zone is Trendell Anderson.
Trendell Anderson on the carry for a touchdown.
29-0.
Just getting smothered tonight. Ed White's defense, other than that first drive, is really having a hard time stopping this Yellow Jacket offense. Not much doing for them. It feels like they rarely get them on third downs. And when they do, they usually just let up a big play. St. Augustine just executing on all levels so far in this ball game.
The extra point is good. 30-0. St. Augustine. 2 minutes, 7 seconds to go in the first half. We might get a running clock here in the first half, Brody.
Yeah, not a good look for Ed White right now. Again, nothing has gone their way.
And they just look shocked.
They do. I'm shocked too up here. I really thought this was going to be at least a barn burner in the first half. But just
the last thing we expected was for Ed White to be getting shut out at this point of the game. I mean, my prediction for halftime was probably like 30-21.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, thinking that both teams would have 30 at halftime is a better guess than this being the score going into half. Ed White does have a chance to go make something happen on this next offensive
ball's
drive.
on the ground. Picked up and a big hit. Williams had some trouble with it. And I think Trendell Anderson's the one who came in with the hit stick. Doing it all tonight.
Yeah, what can he do? He's their guy to play on offense, and he's looks like one of their best missiles on their kickoff team. That was a major hit right there.
Laid the wood.
Trendell Anderson has been a key player for St. Augustine this past 2 years. Lines up as captain usually before games. They love him here at St. Augustine.
5'5", 150. He don't play like it.
And nobody really wants to deal with that.
Nah, he's a guy that, I mean, whether you're a defense or a returner, you don't want to see Trendell Anderson.
No, you don't.
2nd and 2. Boylston runs to the sideline. I think he's going to be a yard short of the first down.
It's a minute 35.
No, they give him the first.
The minute 35 on the clock right now. Got to think they start slinging it.
They hand off R.J. Lloyd. Nothing doing. Is it just me, or is it looking like that offensive line is kind of giving up a little bit?
Definitely a little bit defeated. They need a spark, and they need it now. They're moving slow. They should be moving quicker than this. They got to get lined up and get a drive going.
Play action. They go over the middle, and King Mercer wasn't ready for it.
He's got to be ready for that next time. I mean, that was a beautiful ball across the middle, hit his chest.
Could have been a big play right there.
Would have been.
1:03 to play in the first half. 3rd and 10.
The O-line's already not blocking well on these pass plays, and when they do and Boylston delivers a strike, it's just having a really hard time connecting with the receivers and seeing some drops tonight. Just not really doing too well for him.
Boylston to the sideline. It's caught. That's Mercer.
Mercer on the reception.
Clock stays rolling, down to 50 seconds. It'll be 4th and 1. Ed White keeping the offense on the field. They run it with King Boylston. He gets the first down.
Boylston with the keeper, 4.
Clock stops momentarily. 33.6 seconds on the clock. And a timeout spent by Ed White. Brody, right here, are you trying to draw up a shot downfield, or are you trying to maybe get a short play that could break?
I'm trying to a play downfield. I mean, you're taking a sideline shot to one of your tall receivers, or just trying to hit Mercer across the middle. It's been there this whole game. They just haven't connected on it. You definitely want a chunk play right here. I wouldn't be doing no check down or drag. That's like a last resort type of thing if Boylston has no time. Looks like they're going to go an empty here, which I'm not necessarily in favor for either. I feel like you need to have a 6 blocker in the box. St. Augustine's doing a really good job getting pressure even when they said 4.
Boylston on first down, steps up in the pocket, lets it go, and it's intercepted! Second interception of the game! And there to make the play is Maddox Lehman.
Lehman with the interception for the Jackets, first down.
The senior linebacker, one of just 3 seniors on this defense, with the interception.
Yeah, that was a great play. He dropped right beneath that curl route on the Ed White sideline. Got the pick and got out of bounds, and now St. Augustine has a chance to go put up some more points before half.
27 seconds. James to the sideline, caught by Wingo. Gets up around the 30-yard line. Clock stops, 20 seconds. They run forward to the line of scrimmage.
Samorian Wingo on the reception for the Jackets. First down.
No timeout from St. Augustine. Chains are set. There's the snap. James, play action. Let's go of it downfield. Incomplete. Wingo was being held, though.
Yeah, that's a flag on Ed White's got to be holding. That ball is not catchable for a PI. But it did look like there was definitely some holding going on between Wingo and Parks.
A 15-yard penalty. 1st and 10. St. Augustine on the Ed White 15. Trying to go up 5 possessions before a halftime break. James, 4-man rush. Dumps it off. Anderson inside the 10. Trendell Anderson goes out of bounds. Clock stops, 6.6 seconds.
Trendell Anderson on the reception.
It'll be 2nd and 1. Timeout St. Augustine. Got time for 1, maybe 2 plays.
6 seconds left to go in the half.
I just throw a fade to Wingo. Have 1-on-1 and just throw a fade. Have everybody in close and tight. Just let one rip. Why not? If you don't convert on that, you'll be happy with 3, or you can try for it again. See what Braddock and his coaching staff dials up here on the 2nd down play.
The way this game is going, I'm liking Trendell Anderson again right here.
Don't blame you. I mean, it's St. Augustine, man. He got all these weapons. You can go anywhere. Looks like they're going to bunch up.
Offense after the timeout, 6.6.
Receiver's going to line up tight. Might be some type of mesh crisscrossing type of play.
Here's second down. James just throws it into the dirt.
Smart by him there.
2 seconds left in the first half. They'll get one more shot at the end zone.
Looks like St. Augustine's trying to pour it on even more before half. Denied at 3 points and go for the 6.
Final play of the first half. Here's James. Lets it go. It's caught! Julio Santiago! 36-0 with a first half buzzer beater.
Made it look easy. Drive looked pretty much effortless there. Santiago, great route by him, breaking to that backside pylon on the left side. St. Augustine just straight money in this first half.
Great blocking up front. Good work in the pocket by James when he started getting a rush on him. And a beautiful ball to Julio Santiago, who worked his way wide open. 37-0 our score as we hit the half. Back in 20 minutes for the second half of football between St. Augustine and Ed White.
Ed White Commanders, 37.
Most of us know how to throw. But you need to know what to throw. I'm not talking about footballs, baseballs, softballs. We're talking about those items you need to recycle. Republic Services explains it easy.
This is Action Sports Jacks Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz, sponsored by Farah and Farah, your Jacksonville accident attorneys.
Hi, welcome in everybody to the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz. We got our Whataburger Game of the Week going on right here on YouTube as well, and well, on ActionNewsJacks.com, ActionSportsJacks.com, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple TV, Vizio, Samsung. I feel like I was missing one in there. A lot of different places. Everywhere you can find Action Sports Jacks. And wow, can we get a good game? Can we get a good game? Or we have some good games. But what happened to our game of the week, our Whataburger game of the week? Last week was a blowout. We thought it was going to be good. This one I thought had some, I don't know about blowout potential, but I don't know if it was going to be tight the whole way. We thought there were going to be a lot of points. Ed White, who has a record for points this year in the state, has a goose egg at halftime. What a job by St. Augustine as they are rolling. I don't think people are too surprised to see St. Augustine winning, but 0 points by Ed White, that's a bit of a stunner. We've got some stunners going around here. Let's bring in our coach, Hall of Famer Kevin Sullivan. We'll get you caught up on the scores as well. We'll get some highlights. We've got some highlights coming in. We started a little bit later tonight, so you could see more of that first half. Since that game got started late, there were late starts around the area because of traffic in the Jacksonville area in quite a few spots, including our game of the week started a solid half hour late. But we'll show you the second half. Could be a running clock eventually, and maybe Ed White makes something happen and makes it a game. We'll find out in soon enough. Brent Martineau here, Action Sports Shacks team all over the place. Our final edition with week 2 of the playoffs of the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz and our Whataburger Game of the Week. And this is what we've got left before we say hello to Kevin Sullivan. Mandarin is beating Pace 28-21. We'll have some highlights of that one coming in a bit. Nice and Buchholz, I haven't seen that one yet, so we'll tell you a score in a bit. Ponte Vedra is all over Beachside, just crushing them. Columbia and Choctaw, that started late because, well, it's way out there. Ed White, St. Augustine, you're seeing that one. Bishop Kenny up 28-19 at last check on Godby. Rains, I was at that game tonight. They were up 26-0 when I left. I think it's 40-0 now. Bowles was leading early. I think Bradford's up. Trinity Christian was up 14-7, I believe I saw. And I haven't seen a University Christian impact, so we'll get to that one in just a bit. We've got a scoreboard over here. Sully, what is happening? Why can't we get a good game all of a sudden? We had all these good games all year.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Round 2 playoffs, usually separation. Usually the good teams pull through round 2, and tonight PV is just up there taking care of business. St. Augustine, nobody saw that coming, like you said. I think Pace and Mandarin are a good game at Buchholz 14-7 over Nice. Should be fun. That's going to be a close one. Bowles is playing well. A lot of good ones, but not so many good ones either.
Yeah, some of the good ones that we don't. That Buchholz-Nice game, so 14-7 is what you got Buchholz up on Nice. So
yeah,
keep
I just got it.
Okay,
Yep.
Keep an eye on that one too. We're going to give you the scoreboard in just a couple of moments. We're also following the West Nassau Championship game in the SSAA. Last check I saw, I think it was, oh shoot, now I can't remember the score. I think American Heritage was up by 9, but that could have changed in the last little bit. 30-22. Thank you, Brian. So 30-22. And, might check in with Steve Brown if he's still there, because he's been giving me updates play-by-play basically for the first half. And I think he stopped over to see that game, the Paxson coach. So maybe we'll try to get him on the horn, talk about West Nassau. They were down 21-0 in that game, came back, made it 21-14, and now we've got a football game. So we'll see what happens in the second half for Gunnar Cox and West Nassau playing in a championship game in the SSAA. As for the FHSAA, Sully, Mandarin Pace, you mentioned it, 28-21. Stewart will be out here in a bit. He can tell us a little bit more about that. Looks like physically Mandarin's a better football team, but Pace is hanging around in that game. They got an early fumble return to take a 7-0 lead. Then Mandarin scored 21 in a row, and then 14 points in a row from Pace, and then Mandarin took the lead 28-21. So I would say pretty wild game there between Mandarin and Pace.
Yeah, Pace, good football team, a little different than Mandarin. They're a little bit running between the tackles, little single wing, and they have a good offensive line, and they're going to try to grind on them and keep Mandarin off the field in the second half. But I figured that one was going to end up being a pretty good one because they're such contrasting styles.
And then you've got the Nice game in Buchholz, and we really wondered about this, right? Buchholz been the class of that class, and they're always good, but Nice has been really good, and you kind of felt like Nice would give them a solid punch, right, tonight? And so far, so good. Buchholz 14-7 lead, so Nice is right in it. Did you come into this game thinking that Nice could pull the upset, and how do you think the reality of that is right now in the first half?
Yeah, remember we talked about this bracket being loaded top to bottom. We thought that not only the top 4 seeds could win it, but anybody else, except possibly maybe number 8. Coming out of there. But, and they played a couple times, and I think it's going to be a really close, tight game, and I think Nice can come out and pull that win off. That'd be huge for us if we get a Mandarin Nice next week. That'd be awesome.
That would be something. The boys are going to want to spend more of my money. I'm going to say, hold the phone. I'm tired of spending money here. The blowouts for the last couple of weeks. I'm not giving the FHSAA any more of my money. But anyway, we'll see. Keep an eye on that. That's a fascinating region, as we all know. Sully, Ponte Vedra. Wow. I mean, at last check, it was 31-0. I don't know what it is right now, but, I mean, listen, Beachside beat them earlier this year. Beachside won the district championship. Beachside, we have wondered about them. We don't feel like they were clicking on all cylinders in the last month of the season, let's say. But this is a bit stunning. It almost is bookending our Friday night coverage in a sense with stunning Ponte Vedra games. Ponte Vedra lost to Nice in stunning fashion to open up our game of the week schedule. And then now Ponte Vedra blowing out Beachside. I mean, I could easily see them winning as the top seed. I didn't see this happening.
Yeah, I was surprised when I put it on, and I think when I first looked, it was 17-0 like first quarter, and it's 31-3. I think B-side added a field goal with like under 15 seconds left before halftime, and I don't think anybody saw that. They played well on special team, blocked a punt. Babin picked it up, ran it back for a touchdown. They've just been really dominating tonight, and I did not see that coming.
And the winner of that one will get the Mosley Mainland winner. Of course, if Ponte Vedra wins, they'll host. If Beachside wins, they would go on the road. Well, I don't think Beachside's going to win, so Ponte Vedra would host the winner of that. Have you seen a Columbia score? Again, that'd probably be a little bit of a later start, right, out west?
Yeah, they didn't start till 8:30, so they're probably just in the first quarter.
Yeah,
our time, 8:30.
I got some scores all the way up, but I'm trying to go through it and see if we'll figure that one out when we can. And then there's obviously Ed White, St. Augustine, our Whataburger game of the week. Sully, I mean, St. Aug looks dominant. Not surprised if they weren't even a bit comfortable in this game, but I'm not sure I expected this. I don't know if anybody expected 0 points from a team in Ed White that the fewest amount of points they've scored all season in a game is 41.
Well, they're not scoring any tonight right now, and that's a hats off to St. Augustine, man. They came ready to play. I think that's one of those games, even though it's not a local and they don't really play a lot, but there's still a lot of Duval County, St. Johns County pride, and I'm sure they wanted to get after it. And probably a lot of trash talking on social media between the players this week, and that's a statement right there. It could be, 37-0, which is technically running clock, but that's a huge win for St. Augustine. Sort of goes with our comments today while we were talking today of my feelings on these guys.
Yeah. St. Augustine, listen, we know Brian Braddock's one of the best in the area, no doubt. So getting those guys ready to go. I think we have a lot of respect for Lawrence Johnson, what they've done, and what the offense has done of Ed White. And maybe it's, I don't know, just sometimes it's a big stage and doesn't go your way. I was just talking to someone about this at Reigns when I was over there. By the way, Reigns has gone final 54-0. And I was just asking him a little bit later on in the postseason, do they have a chance? And talking about last year's championship game down there against South Florida's team, Miami Northwestern. And, sometimes the game, even though it looks like a blowout, isn't as crazy lopsided as you think. It's just a play or two here, and you can really break the spirit of a team. And I think that happened a little bit in the second quarter in that St. Augustine Ed White game. Noah and Brody making the call, and they kind of could see the body language of Ed White, like, oh, man, and that's what happens sometimes. That's what happens sometimes in the postseason. A couple more to get to. Reigns, no problem with West Florida, 54-0, just went final. Bishop Kenny Godby, coach, 28-19. Bishop Kenny in the lead. They were down in this game 19-14. One of the highlights, they blocked a field goal, returned it 89 yards, and that's propelled them or helped them to a 28-19 lead.
Yeah, that's going to be a really good football game. Sort of two teams that are perennial playoff teams, Godby and Bishop Kenny. And I talked to them this week, and they thought it was going to be a dogfight the whole game. Godby's a real athletic, got a couple of really good backs, and Bishop Kenny's coached so well. So I know they're hoping they can sneak by and get Godby and get that set up with Reigns, but I don't know, man. I don't know. You want to win and keep going, but knowing what's coming is gives you an opportunity to play the game, though. You got to play the game.
Well, you want the chance to play the game. I don't know if you want to always play what's on the other side, but you want the chance to play the game. Hey, let's sorry, Brian, I skipped over the St. Aug one, which we'll get to in a moment. But we got Reigns. Let me show you a few highlights from Reigns. Just got back from there in the graveyard and hosting West Florida. And it was pretty easy for those guys in this football game against West Florida. 6-0 already, and nobody anticipated this being too tough of a game. I walked in, it's 6-0. Tyshawn Haynes in the middle of scoring another touchdown as I walked in. So it's now 12-0. Then the defense goes to work. Tony Williams, number one, was everywhere for Reigns tonight. I mean, just dominant on defense. They were trying to score again after a punt, and then watch Kyron Jackson. Has the ball, he pops loose, bounces right back to him, and it's not like a big play or anything, but it could have been a disaster play. They actually would turn it over on downs, and then West Florida has the ball, not anymore. Troy Butler, I think, poked that ball loose. Hard to tell the number. Tony Williams, there he is again. Number one, all over the place. Reigns wins 54-0. There's a Tadarius Washington touchdown, too. They're up 26-0 at that point, and it's all Reigns in that football game. And, again, Bishop Kenny's up next. And, you know, the Bulls crushed Bishop Kenny earlier this season. Can Reigns do the same if Bishop Kenny is able to survive? I mean, it's obviously feels a little David versus Goliath there in that matchup. But, hey, give credit to Reigns. They keep taking care of business. And I guess we'll find out later on if they're going to play a close game or not here in 2025, right?
Yeah, they're as dominant team that they've been. Even a couple of the state championship runs, they've never been as dominant as they are this year. And whether the competition's a little bit lower or not, but if Kenny can get there and get it and maybe keep it a game, God be the same thing. I mean, they're just so good, so well oiled. They beat you on the ground, beat you in the air, and then defensively they could play lights out, Reigns. So I don't know. Like we said, we think they're going to cruise in and get an opportunity to hopefully play for a state championship.
Yeah, no doubt. I want to take you back to the St. Augustine game and back here in, well, we'll get to the Mandarin game in a little bit, but St. Augustine in our game of the week. Brian, if we have that, Coach, I don't know if you were watching the game at this point, but this was the first touchdown of the game for Samorian Wingo. And look what happens here. I mean, he's the fantastic wide receiver, a little play over the middle. He catches it at the 28, breaks a tackle. Looks like he's going to get tackled at the 15. And look at this. Okay, now the play's dead, right? At 6? Nope. 5, 4, 3, 2. Touchdown. I mean, what an individual effort that was. And when you do that pretty early on, you basically say, hey, you're going to be in for a long night, other team, because we got our star wide receiver bullying you for 15 yards into the end zone, 1 against 3.
Yeah, that's a little demoralizing defensively. And you can look at the body language just early in the game. And just as the game goes on, too, the body language for the Ed White players, they're sort of a little dejected. I don't think they thought this was happening. And St. Augustine, got to give them credit defensively, man. They have gave up some points this year, but it's postseason, so it's a different season for them.
Yeah, I think they are starting to figure it out on that side of the ball, that's for sure. All right, I think we got some Mandarin highlights, so let's take a look at that if we can. Brian, Bryson Wright back for the Mandarin Mustangs. Of course, the sensational sophomore was suspended last week. They're hosting Pace. Second straight week, Mandarin in an early hole, but they respond. Knocks Ennis to Tion Weich, and that'll tie it up at 7 early on. That was easy. One theme of the first half, Ennis using his legs. Doesn't see anything. Lights decides to take off and run. And, good effort. Spit. Oh, boy, took a lick at the end, but nice effort, 14-7. Then some defense. Patriots trying to make up ground through the air. Hamaj Mitchell spoils that idea. That was deep in their end, too. The senior corner gets the pick. Leads to another touchdown for the home team. Ennis on a 4th down play. Quick strike to right. There he is. Exit stage left and enters the end zone. Pace would actually fight back, tie it up at 21. And just before the half, Ennis to right again. Oh, wow, contested ball. There's that 50-50 play in the strong hands of number 1. 7-point lead at that point. And I think at halftime, last check I had it, was still 28-21. I don't know if we've updated that, Brian, or somebody. If you can refresh that scoreboard when you get a chance, we'll see. Or maybe it's refreshing by itself. But 28-21, at least at the half, is the latest that we have from that game. All right, so we've taken a look at 6A, 5A, 4A, 3A. Let's move on over to 2A. And Bulls and Florida High. Sully didn't anticipate too much of an issue here, right?
No, I thought it would be a little bit closer early. I believe it was 28-13 at the half. Bulls was in command 20-0 at one point, but I think Florida High's put together a couple touchdowns and sort of got back in it into halftime. We got a running clock in Beachside. They just scored again, PV 38-3, and looks like running clock there. And then American Heritage 30, West Assault 28 in the SSA.
Yeah, 2-point conversion misses in that one, so good update there. I've got an update on Mandarin, 35-28. According to Chandler back there, he says 6.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. Mandarin up 35-28 in that football game. Columbia, by the way, wherever they are, there they are, losing 7-0 in the first quarter. That one will finish later than most. It got going a little bit later than most games. And Bradford was up 17-7 at halftime is the score we have. Trinity Christian again was 14-7, but let me double check, see if I got another update on that one. I think it was still 14-7 last check. University Christian up 20-0 is the score we have there. So those are some of the updates. And you mentioned Paxson, I'm sorry, not Paxson, West Nassau in the SSA title game. And I might try to get Paxson coach Steve Brown on in just a little bit because he is there, and they're going to the fourth quarter right now with that score. Let's take a look at some early highlights from that. Big hole early for West Nassau. I mentioned it. They were down 21-0 in this football game. And, well, then they got rolling. Smo Green, touchdown run, and they're on the board. They would actually kick an onside kick, recover it, and they would score again. Price Arnold to Colby Gay, touchdown. Didn't we have Colby on our committed to the uncommitted earlier this year? I think we might have done that and keep an eye on him. They would score a 2-point conversion as well. Then more Smo Green, and then Smo Green, and Smo Green again. That made it 30-28. Again, they missed the 2-point conversion, so we're into the fourth quarter, and it's 30-28. So let's do this. We're going to get Stuart Weber out here in a moment. Let's take a quick 30-second break. We'll come back, and then you'll see Stuart Weber. He was at the Mandarin game. That one looks good. 35-28 is the score in the third quarter. We'll keep giving you updates now in real time of some of these games and how they finish. We also have Bishop Kenny highlights around the corner as they try to set up a matchup with Reigns.
Experience is priceless, but there's experience in being a lawyer, and there are life experiences too. You got to have both. There are a lot of good lawyers out there, but the real question is, are they good enough to take time to listen? Are they good enough to treat you with dignity and respect? In other words, are they good enough for you? When we say we're old school but not old fashioned, we do things in a timeless, classic way that our clients really appreciate. It doesn't get more fairer than that.
This is Action Sports Jax, Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz, sponsored by Farah and Farah, your Jacksonville accident attorneys.
All right, welcome back into the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz, final one of the season, round 2 of the high school football playoffs. And we got some close games out there. We do have a lot of blowouts as well here in round number 2. Unfortunately, our game of the week has a running clock for the second half, as the St. Augustine Yellow Jackets really showing their mettle here in round 2 of the playoffs against the Ed White Commanders. Remember, you can watch that entire game for the second half. Maybe your family members are backups for St. Augustine. You can watch them play in the second half of that game on our YouTube page. Go ahead and go check it out. Or stick with us. We're going to give you updates and highlights from other games all across the area, kind of getting everything set up for the Friday Night Blitz tonight at 10:30. We'll have your brackets. We'll break those down for you, see who's going where next week, those who are still alive, and we will see how that looks here coming up in just a bit. You want to show some more highlights? Actually, let's show the bracket first. This is how many teams entered the night still alive. Of course, we have some matchups where we know a local team's going to win. Ponte Vedra going to win over Beachside. St. Augustine going to win over Ed White. Heck, Reigns has already won. 54-0 final score there if you're looking for an update on that one. We'll show you some highlights from Bishop Kenny in just a second. University Christian Impact was the other one where we knew a local team was going to win with the Fighting Christians up 20-0 at the half. We've got cameras at Bradford. We've got a camera at Trinity Christian. We'll get you updates from those games here as we move along. Of course, I was at Mandarin. Brent showed you the highlights from that one. I believe they've scored again here in the second half to kind of extend that lead, have the Mandarin Mustangs. Let's go ahead and get some highlights first and check out Bishop Kenny. The Crusaders down by the river, taking on Godby out of Tallahassee, the Cougars in town. First Crusader drive. How about Gavin Hawkins? He'll find Carter Harris on the sideline. Big gain there as he gets inside the 15. Setting up nicely for Kenny. Of course, they go to their bruising running back Caleb Madison. He'll punch it in, put 6 on the board for the home team. Bishop Kenny takes a 7-0 lead. Next Godby drive, their quarterback scrambling, and Gunnar Rogers has been making plays like this all year long. Gets the sack, forced the fumble for a moment, but Godby did recover. Later in the first, we're all tied up 7 apiece. Madison just shedding tacklers. He'll punch another one into the end zone for the Crusaders. 14-7 your score at the half for Bishop Kenny. Winner of this one heads to the Graveyard next week, where they will take on the Reigns Vikings. So we'll see how that one goes. Sully, Bishop Kenny really being smart, leaning on Madison this time of year. That is not a huge surprise from Coach Tim Krause.
No, not bad. Trying to slow the game down a little bit, get first down. So it's 28-19 right now. Okay. And Bishop Kenny hanging in there, doing a really good job. I'm just baffled by the PV Beachside score.
Yeah.
I don't think any of us thought it was going to be like that. We figured it would be a good rivalry game and everything. And they just scored again, another strip sack, and I think that one's definitely going to be running clock.
Worth noting, Beachside beat Ponte Vedra in the regular season. That was a win for the Barracudas when they played, and a district championship for Beachside, their first in the regular season. As you see St. Augustine taking it in again, another touchdown for the Yellow Jackets. Things are getting out of hand in some of these games across the area here on round 2 of the high school football playoffs, but another touchdown for the Yellow Jackets as they add to their lead at home against Ed White. We'll have highlights and reaction from that one coming up tonight on the Friday Night Blitz, as well as the rest of our matchups here tonight. Yeah, I mean, that Beachside Ponte Vedra one is stunning to me as well. You consider that matchup in the regular season, both quarterbacks threw for over 300 yards. As you take a look at the FHSAA 5A Region 1 bracket, Ponte Vedra will be moving on and will host the winner of Mosley and Mainland in that next round. And we said it coming into the playoffs, 6 number 1 seeds when it comes to region play. If we pop up the brackets again, I can show you that those 6 number 1 seeds, if they win tonight, they host next week. You've already seen it for Reigns. You're seeing it with St. Augustine, seeing it with Ponte Vedra. We're going to be busy next Friday night is basically what I'm saying, is that we're going to have a lot of home games, and we've kind of had that all postseason, really. Last week, the vast majority of them were home games for us here in Northeast Florida. This week, the majority of them at home, and, next week it's shaping up that way as well as we get excited for those ones. And Sully, let's talk a little bit about Trinity Christian, if you don't mind. They are locked up in a battle with McClay. We don't always know what those teams out in the Panhandle and 1A are going to be able to bring to the table as you look at the bracket. That one is 7-7 in the second quarter at last check. So keeping an eye on that score. But for Trinity Christian, they are... Well, they're trying to hit that peak at the right time of year, the way they kind of do it. Actually, it looks like Trinity scored again, so 14-7 right before half for Trinity. And Verlin Dormany always has that team peaking at the right time. They could be going to UC for another all-local matchup next week for a regional final.
Yeah, and again, that would be a guarantee for us, 904, to get a Final Four team in there. They've won, 6 of the last 7 now? Trinity, 14-7 tonight. They onside kicked to start the second half and got it. They've had 2 called back tonight also. So
we've seen that before from Trinity Christian, haven't we?
Yeah, and they're sort of peaking at the right time, and I think Coach has done a really good job, Andy. The kids have played well. They hung in after the early rough start, and they just sort of got better each week moving forward. And that should be a fun one if we could get them both there, both 904 teams playing.
And they were probably the big surprise a year ago because they had all those freshmen and sophomores making it all the way to the state Final Four. Now they ran into a juggernaut in the state semifinals. You kind of hope that you learn some lessons from that. And, hey, if you make it back to the Final Four this year, well, then you maybe have a little bit more in the arsenal as you try to take on some of those 1A teams from down in South Florida that have really, they've been dominant here the last couple of years. Trinity certainly had its run a few years back, winning all those state championships, but lately the Chaminade Madonnas of the world have really been dominant down in those South Florida teams in 1A. So we'll see what Trinity is able to do as Brent rejoins us. How many slices?
2.
2.
Pizza's good.
Knock him out.
Pizza's good. Love it. Just to let you know.
I'm coming next Friday. Just
Yes!
To get pizza.
There's no pizza next Friday.
What? Oh.
No, leftover turkey
man.
dinner. You guys bring it yourself, all right? I'm out of here. Coach Steve Brown from Paxton is on with us right now. And he's down at that West Nassau game in the SSAA championship game against American Heritage. Coach Brown's been texting all night, giving us almost play-by-play. I said, heck, why don't you just jump in and give us play-by-play? Coach, thanks for jumping in. Is it still 37-28 American Heritage?
Yep, 37-28. West Nassau had a 1st and 10 on American Heritage's 21 with 7:21 left in the 4th quarter. They just tried to hit the tight end on the seam down the middle, and he overthrew him out of the back of the end zone.
Oh, man. Hey, good football game, though, right? A lot of heart for West Nassau. They got down 21-0, and they've played pretty well since.
Oh, yeah. American Heritage quarterback was throwing absolute dimes and dots up and down the field in that 1st quarter to get up 21-0. Nassau grounded one out to get a score, went for the onside kick, got it back, went down and scored, made some changes on defense, and kind of held them in check since. Their touchdown in the second half came because West Nassau fumbled the ball and gave them the ball on their own 17-yard line. And it just took them 5 plays to stick it in. Now you got a counter play that just got blown up for a 1-yard loss. So West Nassau's got 3rd and 10 from American Heritage 21 with 7 minutes and a running clock going on.
Hey, you're pretty good at this. So they got to obviously score here since they're down a couple of scores, but good, entertaining football game. Hey, can you just give us a sense? You obviously you're coaching Paxton. It seems like people like this SSAA, right? I mean, and how this is all worked out, and for teams like West Nassau to be able to kind of build it back up. Sully's been talking about it all year. Oh, what just happened?
Hey, West Nassau just scored. They just threw the fullback out in the flats. Nobody ran with them. 21-yard touchdown.
There we go.
We got 37-34 with 6:40 left, and West Nassau is going for 2. They do not have the kicker on the field.
All right,
so we got a 3-point game going on.
Plenty of time there, and we'll see what happens. But do you like? What's the feel that folks like the SSAA and this opportunity that West Nassau is getting tonight to play for a championship?
Oh yeah, everybody. We're extremely happy with it, and we're one of the charter members. Stanton's really happy with it. West Nassau, Fernandina are happy, and it's growing. There's a lot of schools applying to get in. It just gives everybody an opportunity, and it's a great, like you said, way to rebuild your program if you're having a couple down years to get in, get out of district play. No mandated games. Our mandate is week 0. You got to play another team from the association, and that's it. And then week 11 we start the playoffs.
Sully, this guy loves football. I can tell. You know why? Because he's down there at a softball tournament. He's also the Paxton softball coach and coaches softball. And he's down there, and he said, you know what, I'm going to go swing by this football game in Orlando and just watch it and give us play-by-play tonight.
Yeah. Hey, Steve. Hey, I do have a question for you. If the FHSAA put all the SAAs in the district, in district play, knowing that they would opt out and the district play would be favorable for them to stay in it, would those teams stay in the district or still stay in the SSAA?
I think everybody would really give it some thought. American Heritage has returned the kickoff for a touchdown.
Oh, boy.
They blue kicked in the middle and created a gap right down the left hash, and the kid just went 66 yards. Had to beat the kicker, scored. So now it's 43-34, 6:28 to go. Kevin, to be honest with you, the one thing a lot of this, from talking to other SSAA people, it's the mandated district play. It kind of always puts us behind, and especially at Paxton. Your son went there. He did play baseball, but in the other sports, it's not a big deal. But in football, when I got to pull from a smaller pool of kids. And, I'd be in Raines' district every year. That's not exactly a great draw for me. And, this year, it's been Raines, Yulee, Reball, and us. And we've done fine. playing competition that when we're on even grounds or close to it. We've been holding our own the last 2 years, so
I understand. I understand the SSA, but I just wish the FHSAA was smart enough to realize that if we would do the same thing the SSAA is doing with the FHSAA and give those people opportunities to play against like teams, like that's what they were trying to do with the Metro and Suburban stuff, And then I don't know what the heck happened with them. So that was my point. Like, I talked to those guys at West Nassau, and they said the same thing. Yeah, if they put them in the district, even though they declare for SSAA, and then they get in the district and they'll like it. They know they're going to go SSAA. So I just don't know if the FHSAA has the forefront thinking on that moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing that I got told was one of the proposals this year is if you go independent, they were going to just try to put together an independent kind of playoff system to where, we wouldn't have mandated district play because we're independent. But, you're looking at it now in the rural category, and a lot of the rural teams aren't real happy with what's going on there.
Yeah, they all get stuck with the private schools, and we understand that.
Yeah, listen, it's never a perfect formula, but it seems like so far for you get a little bit of a pick right now, and I think the pick's working out for a lot of teams, including yours, Steve Brown. We appreciate you joining us. Before we let you go, did a great job with the play-by-play here and the updates all night. Tell us a little bit about your season, and Paxton, you guys ran the heck out of the football, one of the best in the state. You had one of the state's leading rusher in the backfield.
Oh, yeah. I mean, after losing, the Jet the year before, who had one of the best per rush per carries I've ever seen at 10.8 to turn around this year with the kid that was basically our third-string running back last year, and he rushed for over 2,000 yards. And he's not big, but, boy, that kid runs hard. And, the old cliche, and Kevin knows it, get the fast kid the ball and see what happens. It usually works out in your favor.
Yeah. Hey, give us an update on Kenyon, the Jet Gardner. He was our committed to the uncommitted scholarship winner, by the way, a year ago. How's he doing?
He is starting up at Central State up in Ohio. He's been averaging about 15 to 25 yards, whether it's on rushing plays or they've been using him as a mix of running back and slot receiver. And he's a kick returner for him right now. But he's been playing a lot. And there's a lot of Jacksonville connections out there. You got Pat Clark is running the DBs, and Tony Carter's the head coach.
Oh, wow, that's where Tony is, from Mandarin.
Yep.
Yeah, and Leon Washington's the offensive coordinator.
Is he?
Yeah, that's right. Leon is up there.
Yeah. I went and watched them play when they played Edward Waters the last game of the year, the end of October.
That's good stuff. Good stuff. I didn't realize that. We hadn't talked about that. Steve, thanks, man. Appreciate your help, and enjoy the rest of this game. Good luck at the softball tournament, too, and happy Thanksgiving.
All right. Happy Thanksgiving to you guys. Thanks. Appreciate it.
All right. That's Steve Brown from Paxton. Good update there overall. What West Nassau now has fallen behind in that football game. Did they just score again, Weber?
It's just a little behind.
Or is it behind? Okay.
Yeah.
So it's going to be like 44 to 34. 4?
Yeah, if they make this extra point.
If they make the extra point. So about 6 minutes to go in that game at last check. We'll see if West Nassau can come back. It's been an entertaining football game there in the SSAA championship game. We haven't seen Bowles highlights yet, have we? I don't think.
Nope.
All right, let's check them out. Let's see Bowles over hosting Florida State University. No, not them.
Yeah. Also playing tonight.
That could be a good game. No, I'm just kidding. Bulldogs fresh off a 63-13 win against Walton last week. Bowles forces 3 out on defense, and Zender Edwards, what a season he's having. Good luck trying to catch him. He'll power you. He'll speed by you. 7-0. Next Bowles drive, Jaden Weatherly to Corbin Fordham. They got stars all over the place. Oh, wow. Look at that. Good stiff arm. They are just manhandling FSU. A few plays later, here's Edwards again. Never goes down on first contact, and that's an easy walk into the end zone. Just a terrific sophomore season, loaded with talent, and we think Bowles has a real good chance to make this serious run as the number 1 seed into a 13-0 lead at that point. Have you seen anything, Weber, on Bowles? Are they rolling it up?
I haven't seen. I'll check.
Haven't seen? Anyway, we'll keep an eye on that Bowles team, and we'll see if we get Bowles and Bradford potentially way down the road in 2A. That could be a local matchup.
34-7 Bulls.
34-7 is the latest on the Bulls update there, and I don't think anybody's surprised at that. What do you see, Sully?
Pace Mandarin 42-35, 8 minutes to go.
Wow, good game. Did you expect that to be like that?
Well, the single wing, I thought they'd score some points. I thought Mandarin would score some points also.
Well, you're right about that.
I thought it would be one of those. Yeah, I thought it would be one of those. And then I just got the Bishop Kenny 42-22.
Oh, good.
2 minutes to go in the third quarter.
Good for them. It looked like we had Ed White in our game of the week ready to go in on the goal line. They obviously got denied there, and now St. Augustine's got the football back, and they've got the backups in here for St. Augustine. I mean, this is like a beautiful thing in a regional semifinal, right, Sully? I mean, you get a chance to not even sweat in the second half if you're Brian Braddock and company.
Yeah, anytime you get your backups in a playoff game is huge. I don't care what anybody says. It's running clock, so it's going to go fast. But Ed White had a great year. I mean, I know they'll feel the sting of this game and everything, but they can't. They got to keep their heads up. They had a tremendous year.
Yeah, heck of a year. By the way, got an update on that West Nassau game. 44-41 now. They're about to. Weber hit a 50-yard wheel route play. I'm gonna call it right here.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. We're watching this one in studio. We can't take it live, so we won't show you. It's on the NFHS network, but they keep coming back. That's a wildly entertaining football game in that SSHA championship.
Trinity up 28-21 in the third now.
Okay.
28-21, 3:54 to play in the third. And hey, look at West Nassau. That guy was wide open. Up, gets away. Hey, it's going to be a touchdown. What do you know? Okay. We already knew. Yeah.
We already knew. I guess Ed White did get on the board, by the way, so it's 44-6. So that they did score a touchdown there. And, you know, I guess in this game and that Ponte Vedra game, we were surprised to see the blowout. We expected a blowout in Rains, expected the blowout for Bowles. UC's up big. Trinity is in a little bit of a dogfight there with McClay. What do you say, 28-21 now, I think it was? And but other games are pretty good. I mean, Mandarin Pace is good. This SSAA championship game's good. And so we do have some good football games going on around the area in the playoffs, which is what you like to see. You just never know what you're going to get.
Yeah.
8.5 minutes to go by the way, our game of the week. And again, running clock there at 44-6. So much for that one going until midnight, which I thought maybe it could.
And it started late too.
It did. It started late.
But that means our interviews will be in plenty of time for
very good.
For prime time tonight, or for the Blitz tonight.
That means you got to work until 10:30 though, Sully, because I thought we'd just be taking that game live from 10 to 10:30 at this point. Nope. Didn't happen.
I got you.
What the heck? We got to finish it. That's why we started a little bit later so we could pace ourselves tonight in these games. Just trying to catch up on a couple other scores, but don't see much changing here at the moment. Let's do this. Take a break. Get a quick 30-second timeout in, and we'll get you some more scores and maybe even revisit some of the other highlights, the brackets again, see where everybody's going, who's still alive, and we could get some really good matchups. We still have potential to see Mandarin and Nice play, and it looks like we're going to get Bishop Kenny in Rains and also Trinity Christian and University Christian. So next Friday, everybody wants to play around Thanksgiving. We're going to have plenty of opportunities for folks here to do just that en route to hopefully a state championship. We'll be right back.
I'm going to let you in on a little secret. The thrill of winning never gets old.
But at Farah and Farah, it's not just about us. It's the thrill of fighting for our clients.
That's what drives us.
We've seen big insurance, underpaid car crash claims, or flat out deny them.
It's sad to say, but it's true.
That's why we're so relentless, to get our clients every dollar they deserve.
It doesn't get more fairer than that.
This is Action Sports Jax, Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz, sponsored by Farah and Farah, your Jacksonville accident attorneys.
Hey, welcome back here to the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz one more time here in 2025. You know, I was adding it up today, and we'll do right around or over or slightly under, depending on how you want to calculate it, 100 hours of high school football this season. of coverage, which is pretty cool, with our 5 hours essentially of coverage on Friday nights now with our Whataburger Game of the Week and Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz. And then also goes all the way back to High School Media Day, which I think was on August 1st this year. And it's been, August, September, October, November, 4 full months of it. We'll leak into December a little bit with some teams that we think have a chance to make a run at a state championship, and some of those teams are looking pretty darn good here on week 2 of the playoffs tonight, and that includes Mandarin trying to hang on to pace. They're not blowing pace out. That's a football game in the fourth quarter with about 6-7 minutes to go, 42-35 at last check. Nice, do you have an update on Nice, Sully?
No, I'm trying to get over there on their site, the Buchholz site.
Okay.
17-10. Buchholz, third quarter.
Okay. Hey, right there, man.
And then
touchdown game.
Yeah. Bradford 17-14, third quarter.
Okay. So there you go. Well, Ponte Vedra's moving on. We don't know if it's Mosley or Mainland just yet, but we'll check on that. Columbia was down to Choctaw early, but early in that game.
Tied.
What's that?
Tied now, 7-7. I got it tied, 7-7.
7-7, okay, great. Ed White losing to St. Augustine. St. Aug's going to win. So there's one of our state championship potential teams that we've been highlighting all season. St. Aug's been one of the top 4 teams in the area all year, and they have one loss. That was to Mandarin in the final regular season game of the year, and they are taking care of Ed White. It looks like we could get St. Aug or Columbia in an all-local matchup, or Choctaw has to go over here. And if you remember late in the regular season, we were talking about this when the rankings came out. Pretty significant, right, Sully? St. Augustine having that number 1 seed so they can play at home. And if they do end up playing Choctaw specifically, then they would have to come all the way over to play St. Augustine. If they play Columbia, well, St. Aug already beat Columbia this season.
Yeah, without a doubt, if they get a rematch, it would be really interesting with those two teams playing. And again, St. Augustine would have the advantage with them playing again at home.
Meanwhile, in 3A, you've got Rains rolling 54-0 tonight. Bishop Kenny at last check was up 42-22, so could be shaping up for an all-local matchup. It looks to be that way. BK in the graveyard next week, and they will be prohibitive underdogs, as Rains has been the best team in the area all year. But we say but, Sully, because we just don't know outside of Lake Mary. When they went on the road and clobbered Lake Mary, which was very impressive, because they didn't play the week 2 game against, what was that, Miami, was that Central or Northwestern? Was that supposed to be Miami Northwestern or a rematch?
I think it might have been, you might be right. I'm not quite sure if it was Central or Northwestern, but it was one of those teams down there.
That was a long time ago now. But either way, that game got canceled, and that was supposed to be like the highlight of their schedule. So really the game that looked the hardest on their schedule was Lake Mary, and they clobbered them. But outside of that, I mean, how much concern is there that Rains, I guess, from a strength of schedule standpoint, really hasn't played a lot?
Well, it'll be concerning until they run across somebody that has equal talent as they have and get into a ball game. But I think they're experienced enough with the kids that they have that they're just going to keep going and playing. Hey, they play the schedule they play. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. They play the schedule they play, and they've dominated the schedule that they've played.
Yeah, they absolutely have. And BK obviously looking good so far. We'll see if that one goes final. Bowles was up 34-7 at last check. They'll get South Walton or Pensacola Catholic. So again, St. Aug, Rains, Bowles, 3 teams that we think have a legitimate chance to make a state run, and they're taking care of business tonight in a big-time way. That's the moral of the story. And then you get over to Bradford. Bradford, who could collide with Bowles in the Final Four, potentially a championship game. Bradford 17-14. Sully just got that update. So that's a good football game right now between Berkeley Pep and Bradford. It looks like we do have a highlight. So let's take a look at the Tornadoes as they are at home, obviously. Great place to play. A little swing pass. And I think this one goes for 50. Oh, yeah, got away with the face mask there. I don't know if they got away with it, but it didn't matter because that's into the end zone for a touchdown. So Bradford had taken a 17-7 lead. And now in the third quarter, Berkeley Prep scores a touchdown. So it's 17-14 in that football game. where we are and keeping an eye on that one. Hopefully have some more highlights and reaction coming up throughout the next couple hours, including on the Friday Night Blitz. We're taking you until midnight tonight, by the way, one more time here on the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz. Trinity Christian in a 28-21 game at last check in the third quarter. University Christian cruising over Impact Christian, so we could get Trinity and UC. Sully, overall, this is pretty fun, right? I mean, you can go to Friday right after Thanksgiving and get a lot of local matchups for regional championships and a trip to the Final Four. I mean, from our standpoint and a local football standpoint, can't ask for much more.
Yeah, without a doubt. Mandarin just went final, 42-35.
Big win.
So they're just waiting on the Buchholz Nice winner.
All right, so yes, and that would be obviously Mandarin wins, and I'm sorry, if Nice wins, Mandarin would host, but if Buchholz wins, Mandarin's on the road. What do you think about both of those? Mandarin against Nice, what kind of game is that versus what kind of game would a Mandarin-Buchholz game be like in your opinion?
Well, I think that the Mandarin-Buchholz would be a very entertaining game. And I think the Mandarin-Nice would be very entertaining because Nice's forte is defense. They're really good on defense. And Mandarin's pretty dang good on offense. So I think that would be a really cool two strengths going at it on there. And again, we don't know if we're going to get that or not, but I think Mandarin-Buchholz would be a huge game, but it'll be on the road in Gainesville, so it would be a chance for Mandarin to travel and take their show on the road.
Update from West Nassau and the SSAA. Steve Brown, man, we've got to hire this guy. Paxton head coach who called in, he's been fantastic. American Heritage missed a field goal. So with 3.5 minutes to go, West Nassau had the ball 1st and 10 on their own 20. They have had 2 straight incompletions. So 3 minutes to go, but 3rd and 10 for West Nassau with a chance down 3 to win the football game. Meanwhile, here's this update from Trinity Christian, Sully. McClay and Trinity now tied with a minute to go in the third quarter, 28-28. How about that?
Wow. Yeah. Woo.
You know much about McClay?
No, I know they're coached by Kes McCorvey, FSU Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Kes McCorvey. That I know, but they must be pretty scrappy because they're going toe-to-toe with Trinity.
Yeah, and, we've talked so much about how Trinity's rallied this year after the slow start and how they are young. How much do you think the youth impacts them now with 16 minutes to go in a tie game in a regional semifinal game? It can be kind of a big stage that they haven't been on before, right?
Yeah, and again, this group wouldn't be on that stage because it's been a couple of years, a couple of the older kids maybe. But, you just keep playing and just keep doing what you can do. I mean, that's the main thing, and just taking care of business. Coach Dormery's been there and been in it, so we'll have to see. We'll have to see.
Hey, our Whataburger Game of the Week has gone final, and there you see St. Augustine shaking hands with Ed White. Again, congrats to Lawrence Johnson and Ed White. They've been a fun team to watch all season. Heck of a year for them with the most points in the state, in the history of the state of Florida in a regular season. But not tonight. The Jackets win 44-12. Sully, we get so much respect for St. Augustine's program and Brian Braddock, from Joey Wiles prior to him, from the tradition that they have. It's really one of the neat programs that we have in Northeast Florida, and I think in the state of Florida in so many different ways. If you take a shot of the scoreboard real quick again, you can see that 2005 state champions. Joey Wiles and that state championship team were back for a reunion just last week to celebrate that. They've come so close in other years. You can even see 2023 there. They were the state runner-up, and they were in the Final Four last year, right? Weren't they? I think they lost in the final semifinals last year. So this is just obviously an unbelievable program, and I know you have a lot of respect for Braddock and St. Augustine. That's one heck of a job of handling business tonight.
Yeah, especially defensively. They've been a little suspect defensively, and just a way to dominate. Really, really good job by them. And, again, they'll be moving on, and they're going to have a chance because both those teams that coming out of either Choctaw or Columbia are going to be good football teams, but they'll be at home, so that's going to be a plus for them.
I'll give you an update on West Nassau, and it could be over now. 4th and 7. With under 3 minutes to go, interception by West Nassau down 44-41, and then American Heritage comes right back, and they say, hey, we're just not going to run the clock out. We're going to throw a touchdown pass from 38 yards instead. So they get the touchdown, and now that will probably ice the football game. I would think. It's been a crazy game, though, and there's still a couple minutes to go in the football game, so we will see it. Do you have any idea if Bishop Kenny's gone final?
No, I think they just scored another touchdown, though.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Good.
We do have some highlights, by the way, from University Christian and Trinity Christian, those two games, if we want to pull those up as I check that Bishop Kenny for you.
You think Coach Krause will answer my text on the sideline during the game?
42-29. Oh, wait. Oh, it was Godby who scored. Sorry. 42-29. Still playing.
I won't jinx him then. All right, Sully? I don't want him to get that text, his phone go off. I have them up 42-29. All of a sudden they lose 43-42 because I texted him to come on the show.
Yeah, don't do that.
Don't be texting him. Don't be texting him till it goes final.
Yeah, I don't want any part of that. None at all. All right, what else? You want to see those highlights? We have some of those highlights?
Yeah, we have some highlights. If we could scroll up a little on the prompter, it should be a little further down underneath the Impact UC. Yeah, we'll pull that up here in just a second. That one 20-0 at the half. University Christian leading it. We just had it there a second ago. Yeah, perfect right there. So whenever we pull those up, we can show you a couple of plays here from over at UC.
Where it was 20-0 over Impact.
20-0. So let's check out some of those highlights. Already 6-0 at this point. Khalil Thompson going to find Trevon Birch. And that makes it a 2-score game for UC. They jump out to that 13-0 lead. A little later on, John Asby, touchdown run. And that's how you got to 20-0 at the half as he takes it in for the score. So University Christian with that lead thus far over the Lions. We can actually go to the Trinity Christian highlights as well from the first half of that one as we take a look. Your Conquerors taking on McClay, the Marauders, out of the Tallahassee area. Conquerors were down 7-0 when Nate Bennett puts them on the board. A little contact at the end of the run for Trinity Christian. Ties it up at 7. Then how about some defense from Verlin Dormany's bunch? McClay dropping back, and here comes Jeremiah Desir into the backfield for the QB sack. I think he held on to the football, just a sack there. A little later on, more defense. Forced to scramble, not a good decision, and picked off. That's David Wright with the interception for Trinity Christian. Don't throw across your body, kids. A little later on, Terrell Dallas to Marquez Hicks, 14-7 Trinity at that point. So these are all the first half highlights from Trinity Christian as we continue to monitor that one. They're in a battle with McClay.
28-28.
And the winner of those two matchups face each other in the next round.
Yeah, so we got 16 minutes to go in that one, 28-28 at last check. UC cruising. Again, Bradford up by 3, so 2 big games to keep an eye on. Trinity and Bradford tight at the end. Bowles rolls. Bishop Kennedy hopefully take care of business. Did not text, promise. Reigns wins. Columbia is 7-7, but a lot of football still.
13-7, Columbia.
Oh, Columbia just took the lead. There you go. So we could get that matchup. Columbia St. Augustine, who rolls. Ponte Vedra rolls. Wow, what a win for Ponte Vedra tonight. Just demolished Beachside in somewhat surprising fashion. Mandarin hangs on to win 42-35, so a heck of a win. They're either hosting Nice or going to Buchholz. Buchholz was up 17-10.
17-10, Nice getting the ball at their own 17 with 9:19 to play. So lots of time in that fourth quarter. 1-score game and Nice getting the ball.
All right, so let's see if they can do something.
Go drive it.
Obviously that Buchholz defense really good, but we know Nice's defense has been really good. They had 3 consecutive shutouts at one time. I think the guy said a dozen points are averaging giving up a year, all year, and per game. And that game is pretty much a defensive battle.
Trinity back up 7 again, 35-28, headed to the fourth.
All right, Trinity up 35-28. Good stuff. Solid, we got some good stuff. I feel like it's a bit like election night here. We got some stuff rolling
Scores are coming in.
Yeah.
Rolling in.
That's what I like about this. This is my favorite part of it. And again, we're a little lighter on the highlights, so we can't carry games live this time of year other than our game of the week.
Final, 42-35.
Yes.
All precincts reporting, Mustangs win.
Yes.
You might have already said that, but I'm telling you again. Yes.
Yes.
Huzzah!
His back's turned, so I was just saying yes, I had said that already.
I didn't see it, so here we are. It's news to me. It's news to you.
No, that's okay.
Right.
That's all right. We got somebody might have just got on and didn't get it. So
That's right. You're
That's
right.
right. Precincts.
Nice in the fourth quarter. Nice down 7 in the fourth. Okay. Let's see. 20-6 now UC. That score's coming in.
So Impact gets on the board.
Impact just got on the board. Yep. So there we go. We'll keep everybody up to date on some of these scores coming in, these brackets as we continue to follow. We'll stay out here until 10 o'clock, and then we'll even carry over in the network studio until 10:30. Then the Friday Night Blitz at 10:30 to 11. Bands 11, 11:15. Friday Night Blitz 11:15, 11:35. And then we'll wrap it all up until midnight. So that's kind of what we do now on a Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz and our Whataburger Game of the Week and our Friday Night Zone Blitz in conjunction with Jaguars Prep. We got you covered with a lot of high school football. In fact, Sully, we don't want to give too much away, but today we had a big meeting with everybody, and we are starting to work on our Coach of the Year, Player of the Year, also our all-prep top 25 team. This is a team that we have put together with Action Sports Jacks, again in conjunction with Jaguars Prep over the last few years. And so you've seen those pictures where some of our all-prep team gets Jags jerseys with their number on it, and we honor the Player of the Year and Coach of the Year. And Coach of the Year has gone to the Super Bowl last couple of years. Guys like Christopher Foy and Brian Braddock have received that honor. Marty Lee last year. So it's a really cool partnership with the Jags. Jags have done a great job elevating high school football in the area, and we also partner with them on the flag football side in the spring, on the girls' side. And Sully, I guess the moral of that story is it's hard to narrow it down to 25 of the best players in Northeast Florida, isn't it?
Yeah. It's always going to be hard because the coaches always think their guy's the best. But in a really realm of thing, and we've watched a lot of kids over the years, especially this year. There's so much talent, from young talent, sophomores, to tremendous senior talent, and there's just a bunch of guys, and it's hard. And some people have their favorites for whatever reason, but we do the best we can, try to honor the kids that we think are the best. Not necessarily recruiting-wise, 5-star, 4-star, that, but best for their team and best in our area.
Yeah, and I think Sully brings up a good point. You'll hear us say this a lot over the next month as we announce this team in December, and part of our Blitzies award show and everything else is that we try to help kind of put parameters on this by asking coaches. And coaches, if you're listening and watching and you didn't get back to us, we nominate 3 players from each team. We ask the coaches to nominate 3 players. Sure, there could be 4, 5, or 6 that are deserving, but we try to help narrow this down so we don't go too top-heavy with one team. And that's very tricky to do at places like Mandarin and Rains and Bowles and St. Augustine and some of our top teams in the area. But those are some of the parameters we put on our all-prep top 25, just so we can spread the wealth a little bit and also recognize everybody. But I was going to ask you guys this question because we're doing this today, and this might be one of the rare seasons that I've seen doing this for almost 20 years here in Jacksonville, where the underclassmen might be better than the senior class, not as a whole, but I mean, you're talking about at Bowles, Bryson Wright, number 1 player in the 2028 class as a sophomore, Asher Giddo, he's number 10,
Top
I
10
think.
guy, yep. In that same 2028 class.
And then, Xander Edwards at Bowles. Yeah. I don't know where he's ranked because nobody talks about it.
He'll be higher after this year.
But he's going all over the place getting looks. But he's been unbelievable this year. Sully, you've been around this thing a long time. You don't usually end up with like 3 sophomores and maybe more. There's an offensive lineman.
West Nassau, Clayton Lee.
West Nassau, but I think also at, who was the other one that I said today? Now I don't have it in front of me, but a smaller school. Guy. There are like 5 sophomores that are getting super recruited from around here, and it feels like the talent in that class is really strong and fun to watch for the next 2 years, Sully.
Yeah, and again, you usually have 1 or 2 guys that people look at and see, but there's a pretty good group of sophomores, which I guess would be class of 28, that are legitimate big time ballers. I mean, we will probably have 2 in the top 10 in the country. The D lineman Giolito and of course Bryson Wright.
Yeah.
no problem with those two guys.
Yeah, no doubt. Those guys are going to be that.
Nice update. You want a nice update?
Yeah, just keep an eye on Donovan Maslin from Reigns may check in on the phones.
Sure.
So just keep an eye out for him to call in after they got to win 54-0.
Nice drove all the way down to the 5.
Really?
Turned it over on downs. But then they get a defensive stop, and they're taking over at the Bobcat 40. 6 minutes to go. They hit the water break in that fourth quarter. So short field, 40 yards to go, down 7. And these Panthers, not in a bad spot.
All right. I think I just saw, as we're getting some highlights in, Impact Christian may have just picked the ball off. And we got a touchdown from Impact Christian, make it 20-6. I think they might just pick the ball off. There's a flag down, too. But let's see what we got. And there's the touchdown to the Lions, for the Lions.
Looks like that's Rashawn Clark, number 0.
All right.
Pulling it in there.
That Impact Christian team's been impressive. So, we have so many of these schools that have kind of popped up over the last handful of years. And as they find their way, you kind of wonder where they fit in the whole landscape. They're not the familiar names that have been around for decades and decades. But Impact Christian has had themselves a very nice year and won a playoff game last week. And now, I don't know if they're giving UC fits, but they're giving them a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, they've played well. I mean, they got sort of blown out during the season against UC, and they're hanging in and hanging around right now, keeping that game close.
Yeah, I thought I saw an interception in that game, but penalty got it back there. Yeah, so I don't know who's. It looks like it might be Impact Christian's football. And it's got to be in the fourth quarter. They're down 20-6 after that touchdown we just showed you. So we'll keep an eye on that game. And we're also keeping an eye on Bradford's game as well, as they are up 17-14 over Berkeley Prep. So that's another one to watch here at 9:42. We'll take you another 15 minutes out here before we go over to the other studio and update you on some of these games. Maclay Trinity Christian was 28-28. Nice was down by 7 with about 6 minutes to go, and the ball on Buchholz's side of the field. So they just got stopped at the 5-yard line. Stewart updated us on that. Mandarin again wins 42-35. Fun game there. Ponte Vedra rolls. Columbia up 13-7 at last check. St. Augustine rolls. Bishop Kenny winning and trying to close out Godby. Rains rolls. Bowles rolls. Bradford, again, 3-point game. And then we're keeping an eye on those other ones.
Not looking good in Georgia. As Charlton County went down 35-14, that's a final. The other two down 35-0 at last check. So looks like Georgia will be done for the year for us.
That'll be it.
That'll be it.
Yeah, and hey, one other thing, Sully, speaking of Georgia, and Camden's changed coaches. We had a coaching change at Sandalwood, right? They're looking for a new coach.
Yep.
I think
Ridgeview, Keystone.
I thought it was Keystone. I didn't want to misspeak, but yeah, Keystone opened up. Did Menendez surprise you a little bit? I thought he was doing a nice job down there.
Yeah, I thought he's done a really good job. Yeah, I was surprised that he stepped down, but I think he may be going into administration.
Oh, okay. That makes some sense. Like, that's been a little bit of a problem at Menendez, right? They've had some flashes where they've had some really good players, but their continuity from a coaching standpoint has just not been there because they've got some talent down in that area.
Yeah, and they don't really play, like, with the exception of their district and everything. They can compete with everybody for the most part in their district. So I don't know. That's an interesting one. I think that they've had a lot of turnover. I don't think coaches stay more than like 3 or 4 years there for whatever reason.
Yeah,
so,
I think 3 or 4 years might be on the high end from what we've seen at Menendez. By the way, Sully, that is not that far from Flagler County. I mean, you could probably do that.
You want me to come out of retirement? They keep sending me stuff. Listen, Duval County been blowing my phone up this week, trying to get me back in. Between Duval County, FPC, the coach keeps texting me about coming to coach quarterbacks and everything. I'm like, oh, man.
If you do that, you're going to still have to do this show from the sideline. So you better get a good assistant coach.
Well, I'm not going to be in charge. I can guarantee you that.
Hey, amazingly, this SSAA game is not over. It's 51-41 and there's 90 seconds to go, and West Nassau has the ball at the 5-yard line. So kind of crazy. That the clock doesn't move in that league, I guess.
51-41. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
And it's still not done?
And
That's
West Nassau just scored again. Oh, no, wait a minute. I'm sorry. That was incomplete. I thought he had it. That was incomplete. But, they just keep scoring. And we'll see if West Nassau can pull off the miracle or not. Brent Martineau here and Stuart Weber, Coach Kevin Sullivan, our entire Action Sports Shacks team out here tonight. And to finish off week 2 of the postseason, let's do this, hit a break, come back. We'll wrap some things up out here. And we'll continue to work on highlights and reaction for the upcoming Friday Night Blitz at 10:30, which you will see on the stream. And are we on time tonight on TV?
I believe so.
Nice has it 4th and goal from the 5.
All right. So we'll get the half-hour show on Fox 30 at 10:30, 11:15 on CBS 47. But you can also watch it all here on social media and on the Action Sports Shacks 24/7 network. We'll be right back.
One thing I noticed is that when Chuck joined me, he challenged me.
You're going to be late.
Not as late as you. It's a natural thing between brothers, pushing each other.
Hey, it's one-upmanship. It's good for us, and it's good for our clients.
It doesn't get more fairer than that.
Most of us know how to throw. But you need to know what to throw. I'm not talking about footballs, baseballs, softballs. We're talking about those items you need to recycle. Republic Services explains it easy. Recycling simplified. 1. Know what to throw. When in doubt, throw it out. 2. Empty, clean, and dry those materials. It takes an extra minute, but it makes a big difference. And 3. Don't bag it. This makes the recycling process faster and more efficient. This is a look at the Republic Services North Florida Recycling Center. You can make this process even more efficient. By utilizing those 3 steps, Republic Services can help you become a better recycler in your home. Learn more at recyclingsimplified.com. Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it. Baker's Sports. It's a hometown business filled with hometown people trying to make you feel right at home.
Chris Conley, Jacksonville University. Walker Wright, class of 2018, West Nassau High School. Michael Young, Fletcher High School.
Baker's Sports started in a grassroots way and now outfits much of the Southeast.
Tony Mazzio, Sandalwood High School, class of 2002.
High school sports, travel sports, youth sports of all kinds. They are a one-stop shop carrying Nike, Adidas, Under Armour brands, and more.
Vincent Caldes, Oak Leaf High School. Samuel Coffrin, Paxton School for Advanced Studies.
Whether it's sports teams on the field or it's your team in the workplace, like our Action Sports Shacks team, and community events like the Dream 18 Golf Tournament, and many others.
Cole Tilley, Hilliard High School. Reagan Webb, Eagles U Academy.
Look good, feel good, play good with Baker Sports. Custom sports apparel since 1997. Shop with the hometown team at bakersport.com.
This is Action Sports Jacks Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz, sponsored by Farah and Farah, your Jacksonville accident attorneys.
Hi, welcome back to the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz. Brent Martineau along with Kevin Sullivan, Stuart Weber. Sully just updated us this. Nice has tied Buchholz 17 all, and that's got to be under 5 minutes to go in that football game. So that is a good one right there. We're keeping an eye on Mandarin already won. If Nice can pull the upset, Mandarin Nice next week, that would be amazing. Ponte Vedra wins. St. Augustine wins. Columbia was in the lead. We'll see how that goes. Reigns and Bishop Kenny, it looks like it's going to be next week. And right now we have Donovan Maslin, the head coach of the Reigns Vikings, on the phone, and we appreciate him taking a few minutes. Coach, took care of business tonight, 54-0. Got to be pretty happy with the way your football team's playing.
Definitely excited about how they came out tonight. Came out a little slow last week, and, all week we just talked about the explosion, starting fast and being disciplined with our eyes defensively and just playing our normal offensive scheme and tempo offensively. And they came out in all phases tonight and just played phenomenal.
Coach, getting the chance to play these games at the Graveyard, such a huge advantage for you guys. Stuart Weber here. Talk about that home field advantage. Obviously, it's the 1 seed. You get to do it again next week.
Man, it feels great to play in the Graveyard. It's nothing like a home game in the playoffs. The community, the fans, the alumni, the cheerleaders, the band, everybody just playing their part and just encouraging the kids to continue to play hard every night. And it's exciting. We have fireworks every time we score, so that's been a great addition to what we do, our atmosphere, and it's just electric.
Coach Maslin, I was wondering that tonight. I came in actually stuck in a little traffic, and I saw the fireworks. I was like, "Whoa! I feel like I'm out at Bradford all of a sudden." How new is the fireworks when you score?
You say what now?
How new is that? Did that just this year, or a couple of weeks ago, or what?
It started last year in the playoffs. And at the state semi game against Booker, and then they just continued it on, this year, and it's just been a great addition. When the Jaguars score, you got your fireworks going, and then some local teams around. I know when Trinity scores, they have a can and the lights go off. So we wanted to add something, to our game day experience, and alumni, our fellow alumni, they took it upon themselves to go ahead and add some flair to it.
I love it. Before we get Sully in to ask you a question or two, you mentioned the alumni, you mentioned the home fans, the atmosphere. We had your game of the week on earlier this year, and it did unbelievable numbers. It was like people were locked in to watch Reigns play football. How much can you feel that as the head coach, that people are so vested and along for this ride along with your players and your coaching staff?
Oh man, I feel it's a lot. A lot of eyes been on the program over the last couple of years, and you just want to make sure you're doing the right thing by kids first of all, and putting them in the right situations so that they could be successful. It's all about them and what they're trying to do, and their aspirations after high school. And then it just trickles down. Kids, they come to practice, they practice hard, and they come out, for the product on Fridays, and that's what they see. But, our kids work hard in the off season, during the spring, during the summertime, fall camp, just to prepare for a moment, like these. And, they don't take it for granted. They know that, eyes on them, whether it's good or bad, and that we got to make sure that, we carry ourselves with a high standard. We represent the name on our shirts that we don, and we carry it with a lot of pride, and our kids understand that. So we're a big family. It's tough love, but at the end of the day, it's all about Reigns High.
Sully, go ahead, take it away.
Hey, Coach, congratulations. Question: is the loss last year in the final, is that the drive? Is that what the kids come out now focused on, getting back to that game and trying to get to redemption?
Yeah, that's definitely the drive, the motivation, because our kids, they know that wasn't their best football that they played, and they know coming back what it takes to get there, and they know exactly how it feels to lose. They know what failure feels like, and it's been our fuel, our motivation. Every time we step in practice, every time we get in the film room to study. Just how we prepare, how we, play together, how we, practice. Practices are very intense, and, you could tell these kids are very hungry for that moment, and, they won't stop until they're able to avenge that loss.
Hey, Tony Williams was unbelievable while I was there, at least in like the first and second quarter for you guys. I know you're loaded with players. How about him tonight? He seemed to dominate.
Yeah, he's playing a different position. He's playing our stand-up rush in. Usually last year we had him in the box, and, we needed some depth defensive line-wise, and, he said, Coach, put me at the end and just let me loose. And that's what we did. We didn't really do a lot of blitzing. We just relied on our, 4-man rush and sometimes 3. And him and Troy Butler, that tandem on the edge is one of the best that I've seen in a long time. So he's a great kid that practices hard. He plays with a chip on his shoulder. He plays with a high motor. And then he's just the ultimate competitor. Like, he doesn't like to lose, and he's going to try to win every rep in practice, and it's just making our O-line better.
One last question. We got about a minute to go, but I said this to Sully a couple weeks ago when I watched you guys play. I think it was at Riverside. It feels like you guys are violent. You're not only physical, but can be violent in a very good football way. Do you feel like you have more physicality than you did a year ago, which will pay off for you here down the stretch?
Definitely. That's exactly what we talked about in the offseason after, the state championship game was, I challenged our coaching staff, I challenged our players about being violent, being more aggressive and, really dominating, your individual matchup. Because, I thought we played a little timid at times. And, the night they came out and all season they've been playing very, very violent on both sides of the football. And, it starts in practice. And, our practices are violent. Sometimes I have to, Troy and Tony, sometimes I have to take them out so that, they don't hurt any offensive players. But at the end of the day, it's all about, them coming together and playing as one unit on Fridays. And, it feels good when you can hit on another team and, wear them down. And that's what we're trying to do.
Well, hey, Coach Donovan Maslin, congrats on the win. We're looking forward. It looks like you'll get Bishop Kenny next week. We'll see you at the Graveyard. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving to you guys.
All right, that is Donovan Maslin, and we think the best team in the area right there, the head coach of the Reigns Vikings, trying to get back to a state championship game and win another one for the Duval County Public Schools. Sully, we're going to go to the other studio here. We'll catch you up in a bit. You don't have an update anymore, do you? Nice. Buchholz?
Buchholz just scored with 11 seconds left. 23-17. They drove the field 80 yards in the last 3.5 minutes.
Oh, man, that's a bummer. What a wild final 5 minutes. It looks like Buchholz is going to win, which would mean Mandarin would go there. We'll give you an update on other scores like Trinity Christian up 49-28 now. Will probably be UC and Trinity next week. We'll update all these brackets. We keep going until 10:30. Then we're on TV live on Fox 30 for the Friday Night Blitz, half hour with highlights and reactions still to come. Most of us know how to throw. But you need to know what to throw. I'm not talking about footballs, baseballs, softballs. We're talking about those items you need to recycle. Republic Services explains it easy. Recycling simplified. 1. Know what to throw. When in doubt, throw it out. 2. Empty, clean, and dry those materials. It takes an extra minute, but it makes a big difference. And 3. Don't bag it. This makes the recycling process faster and more efficient. This is a look at the Republic Services North Florida Recycling Center. You can make this process even more efficient. By utilizing those 3 steps, Republic Services can help you become a better recycler in your home. Learn more at recyclingsimplified.com. Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work a late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it. Baker's Sports. It's a hometown business filled with hometown people trying to make you feel right at home.
Chris Conley, Jacksonville University. Walker Wright, class of 2018, West Nassau High School.
Michael Young, Fletcher High School.
Baker's Sports started in a grassroots way and now outfits much of the Southeast.
Tony Mazzio, Stanwood High School, class of 2002.
High school sports, travel sports, youth sports of all kinds. They are a one-stop shop carrying Nike, Adidas, Under Armour brands, and more.
Vincent Caldes, Oakleaf High School.
Samuel Coffrin, Paxton School for Advanced Studies.
Whether it's sports teams on the field or it's your team in the workplace, like our Action Sports Jacks team, and community events like the Dream 18 Golf Tournament, and many others.
Cole Tilley, Hilliard High School. Reagan Webb, Eagles View Academy.
Look good, feel good, play good with Baker Sports. Custom sports apparel since 1997. Shop with the hometown team at bakersport.com. We were out there at that studio just a few minutes ago. Trinity now leads 56-28. I asked you what was going to happen, do you think, with the younger kids of that football team in this kind of moment. I said 16 minutes to go because I was thinking NFL. There's really about 13 minutes to go. It was a minute to go in the third quarter when it was 28-28. And they've taken the last 13 minutes, or not even, and scored 28 points to double up McClay. How about that? That's impressive.
Wow. Had to be some defensive turnovers, return for touchdown type of deal.
No
I
doubt.
know they scored right going in 35-28, and so they must have put the pressure on them.
Yeah, that's impressive. That's a way to answer that bell. And they're going to continue to go here and now set up a UC Trinity matchup for a regional final and a trip to the state Final Four, which is pretty cool. The top two seeds there in 1A. Meanwhile, just when we left the other studio and we were visiting with Donovan Maslin, the Reigns head coach, and the Reigns won 54-0. Sully updated us with a 20. I'm assuming they kicked the extra point. 24-17. Buchholz scored with 11 seconds to go after Nice had tied the football game up at 17 with under 5 minutes to go. A heartbreaker for Nice, but at the same time, man, what an effort for them to go to Buchholz and almost upset the Bobcats.
Yeah, really good effort. Buchholz has that big-time wide receiver, and he sort of took over the game in that fourth quarter. I believe his last name's Williams, and he caught a 54-yard bomb, and then they ran it in and scored, and then that was pretty much it for Nice. But great year for Nice. We didn't expect them to be where they're at right now, and I'm sure it's hurting them right now because they were in that game.
Yeah, no doubt about it. A great effort. Again, we've been impressed with Nice all the way from the start, from the jump of the year to replace what they had to replace, and they did it. And they did it a little bit different. They could score points, especially early in the season, but it became about their defense. And their defense has two elite players on it, and they have other players too, and they were really good, including in this game. Quite frankly, Buchholz, again, a good one, and that was a slugfest for a long time tonight until some scoring in the fourth quarter. Heck of an effort once again for Colin Drafts and the Nice Panthers. So, Sully, it will be Mandarin who goes to Buchholz now.
Right.
And I asked you this a little bit earlier, like you can have a different kind of game. To me, it's all about matchups this time of year in sports specifically, most every week, but especially in the playoffs. What do you think about the matchup with Mandarin and their talent against Buchholz and their talent?
I think it's going to be a really, really good football game. I think it's going to be a defensive struggle early, and then it's going to be fireworks in the second half. But no, both those teams, basically two class programs, very good football coaches on both sides, playoff-bound teams, experience. It's got everything you want. Mandarin's got to be on the road, which they've had the confines of home. But again, they went on the road, beat St. Augustine the last game of the year. So they were going to have some confidence, and those kids will be ready to play.
Hey, how does this work? Give us a sense of this. Do you have to be tight with other coaches in the area, or do you think Nice Colin Drafts and Toby Bullock are getting together for maybe a cold one this weekend? How's that part work?
They might talk to each other and just say, "Hey, what'd you get? What'd you see? Did they do anything different that you didn't see before?" I mean, you're going to get the film on them and break them all down. And the good thing about both those teams is they're well coached. So pretty much what you see on film is what you're going to get. And, of course, there'll be wrinkles and that thrown in. But, I don't think Coach would they might make a call and just say, hey, what did you get? Was there something, game that you had film on them? You played them twice. So I'm sure Nice has, 3 games from early in the year that played them. And maybe they had a trick play or two you don't know about. Those kind of things.
And we just got this in as well. Bradford wins 24-14. So they were hanging on 17-14 late in our other show, or the studio, and now they win it 24-14. So Bradford, as the top seed in that 2A region, is able to hang on against Berkeley Prep. And we'll see what happens next for Bradford, but keep up that firework budget because you got another home game to be played out there in Bradford County. For Jamie Rogers and company. So speaking of 2A, Bowls rolls, no surprise there. And are they going to get even? What do we look like next week with Bowls? Or remind me, is that the Cocoa one? Do they get Cocoa, or is Bradford getting Cocoa?
I'm not quite sure. I think that I don't know. I have to look.
Let me double check.
I have to pull that bracket up.
I got to check the bracket. I should know the bracket, although I stand in front of it. I don't always look at it.
I thought Bradford and Cocoa were on the same side.
I think it might be. I think that might. So it might be Bradford
I think
potentially
we get Pensacola
and Cocoa.
Catholic maybe.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think that's exactly how it is. I think Cocoa, assuming they win, assuming they win, Cocoa, I think they will go to.
Bradford plays Berkeley Prep.
Well, no, they just played Berkeley Prep.
Oh, okay.
They just beat them. So I think assuming Cocoa wins as the 2 seed, and who knows?
Cocoa won.
Cocoa did win? Okay, so Cocoa will go to Bradford. And then we think if Pensacola wins, Pensacola Catholic will go to Bowles. Do you see will there finally be some friction for Bowles there with Pensacola Catholic, Sully? What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know anything about them. Usually some of those Panhandle teams you follow and you look at and you see them, but I don't really know anything about them. I'm trying to get the PV if they're going to have Mainland. I'm trying to get that score.
Okay. So let's see. I've also got the bracket up right here, too, and see some other spots. So Bowles and Bradford, again, we think those are the top seeds. We'll see if they can make it through there. And then in 3A, you got Reigns. We just had Donovan Maslin on a short time ago. If you missed that, if you're a Reigns Vikings fan, that was on about, 20 minutes ago now. We had Coach on after they win 54-0, and they're cruising through and looking good, and they get Bishop Kenny, and Bishop Kenny just won 55-37. What a nice win for BK to get to the regional final. And I'll tell you what, I don't know if we've talked enough about Bishop Kenny. I think Coach Krause and BK have had themselves a heck of a season. You know, you go all the way back. They beat UC on that blocked extra point. That was a big win for them. But then they lose to Beachside. You might remember they were going in late. Beachside is able to make a defensive stop with a fumble recovery. So they lose that game, and that was close. And then they get throttled by Bowles, and you're kind of wondering, okay, where are they at? Well, I think they haven't lost since. And they've gotten impressive wins, and they're looking impressive here in the postseason. And 55 points, obviously on the strength of guys like Caleb Madison and James Davis as well. And Bishop Kenny, again, this is weird to say and hard to say, but they are going to be prohibitive underdogs against Reigns, no doubt, and they should be. But I still think what a season so far. For Tim Krause to give themselves a chance at Reigns in a regional final. He's going to have to put together one of his best coaching plans ever.
Yeah, and their kids have to not be intimidated going into that game. Also, hearing how great they are. Reigns is this, Reigns is that. You know, their kids just got to play and keep doing what they're doing, and they've got a lot of confidence. And, they've been really playing well on both sides of the ball, and special teams were pretty good job tonight. So, again, if going over to Reigns, big underdog probably. Hey, play loose, have fun, and see what happens.
Yeah, and that one will be at the Graveyard next week, and so we'll go over the schedule and how many people are home in just a little bit. But St. Augustine, and do we have an update on Columbia? Haven't seen that one. Chandler, have you seen Columbia?
I've got a 27 score. Columbia winning
20-7
in the third.
20-7 in the third, okay. And because that's out there in the Panhandle, that started a little bit later, so that's probably right on cue. And so Columbia, how impressed are you with Columbia going out to Choctaw, Sully? And let's assume if they can hold on, get a win to set up a rematch with St. Aug.
Well, I think Columbia, like we said, we thought they were a year away. Like, they're really young. They don't have a lot of seniors, but they have some really good quality players. And I really think that this game tonight, if they come off with this win, that's huge for them. Even though they lost to St. Augustine in the regular season, they have a lot of confidence. Well coached. That'll be a fun game. Two perennial powers, again, playing against each other in the third round of the playoffs. Yeah,
the St. Augustine Yellow Jackets, their only losses to Mandarin, we mentioned that, but they also beat Bowles and they beat Columbia. They have a lot of really good wins on their schedule, including tonight over Ed White. We know they can score it. That Columbia game the first time around was 41-21, but that was 2 months ago. It was 2 months ago. So these teams, how different are they, is certainly worthy of a conversation. They only lost 27-21 to Mandarin. And now in the last 2 weeks, they've combined to win in the postseason 114-33. And it really looks like their defense has got better throughout the year, especially they gave up 35 to Bowles, but Bowles can really score it. They gave up 41 to Riverside, and I think people started to say, okay, what's going on there? They beat Nice 28-24, but since then, they haven't given up more than 21 points in a game. And you know they're going to score it. So you mentioned it earlier on the show. I don't think we really talked enough about it. The defense of St. Augustine has found its way. It's come around a bit, and it was an impressive effort tonight to hold a team that got a state record for points scored in the regular season in Ed White to just 12 points. And quite frankly, those were garbage points in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, and that's probably the most shocking thing. We talked about the over and all that stuff playing around on the show the other night. And we thought for sure Ed White was going to score 28, 35, and it was going to be one of them 50-something to 35 games. But when you got on it and watched it, really St. Augustine just sort of rolled from the jump and jumped on Ed White. And next thing you know, that game was over at halftime.
Interestingly enough, last year in the state playoffs, they opened with Columbia, who they'll have to now beat to win a regional championship, and they beat them 28-0. Then they beat Ed White just in this round, and then they beat Choctaw at home 13-6 before losing to American Heritage in the Final Four 38-28. So similar opponents, Columbia and Ed White, as last season. And we'll see if St. Augustine can continue to take care of business in that respect. Meanwhile, in Class 5A, you've got Ponte Vedra and Beachside, and we're just kind of stunned at this one. Ponte Vedra was up 31-0. Then they added another one. It was rolling 31-3. Then it was rolling clock. Coach Price and Ponte Vedra, and we have so many teams, Sully, that have a ton of stars on their teams. I'm not really sure Ponte Vedra is built that way. I don't think they're loaded with stars. They're loaded with good players, but they don't have like these crazy high recruit guys that so many of these other teams with number one seeds have, and yet they keep getting better and better as this season goes along.
Yeah, without a doubt. And Ponte Vedra, like I said, they've really rolled. I mean, and just played really good football. They've got some really good players that probably nobody ever heard of. Yeah. Really good high school football players. Not a lot of five-star kids on their team. And week in and week out, coach has them ready. They're playing. They're dominating people. And today was a shocker. When I turned that on 17-0 like first quarter, I'm like, what? So really nice job by Coach Price. He's done a really good job this year.
Yeah, no doubt. Fantastic job. Again, and Mandarin wins in 6A. If you just catch it up, 42-35. That was a good football game. And we'll have a lot of highlights of that coming up in just a little bit on the Friday Night Blitz. Very good football game. I think some people probably just assumed Mandarin would cruise. Not the case. Pace really challenged them. Well-disciplined team, and made that a good football game. And then Nice, we just came on and told you about. Nice loses 24-17, really at the gun. I mean, 11 seconds to go in the football game when Buchholz scored the game winner after Nice had tied it up at 17, under 5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Let me get a couple more scores. Chandler just mentioned 56-28 final now, or was it 58-28? 56-28. And 28-6, UC now leads with 3 minutes to go. So it's going to be Trinity Christian and University Christian. Let's take a 30-second timeout. When we come back, we'll tell you where everybody's playing next week. We basically have this set now, outside of Columbia, who's still playing, but it does have a double-digit lead, so hopefully they can hang on out there at Choctaw. And we got a lot of home matchups. If you like high school football around Thanksgiving time, there are going to be plenty of teams playing, and we're going to have local matchups and home games to go check out next Friday. We'll be right back here on the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz.
One thing I noticed is that when Chuck joined me, he challenged me.
You're going to be late.
Not as late as you. It's a natural thing between brothers, pushing each other.
Hey, it's one-upmanship. It's good for us, and it's good for our clients.
It doesn't get more fairer than that.
Hey, welcome back to the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz. We appreciate Farah and Farah for supporting this endeavor with us here on the show and our expanded high school coverage that we have been doing this season and last season a bit as well, and we will do into 2026. We'll continue to expand it. We appreciate everybody being involved. We appreciate the athletic directors and everybody at the schools for letting us be there for our Whataburger Game of the Week, and then everybody here at the station and all the support that we've had, including Coach Sullivan for joining us on our Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz, where we usually, this is the playoff time, so we can't peek in live to the games like we do in the regular season, but we try to flip around highlights in these last couple of weeks, and a little bit different than anybody else is doing it, with a handful of games each and every Friday night during the regular season that you can look live into and watch every play, essentially, of the second half. And we had some fantastic finishes and great moments once again this season. Brent Martineau, Kevin Sullivan, let's. I want to do two things. I want to ask you in a minute or two, so in the back of your mind you can start to think about how you're remembering this high school football season so far, but also next week we've got games galore here in town. University Christian and Trinity, and I know somebody just asked the Trinity final. Trinity final is 56-28. It was 28-28, Coach. I'm assuming that's Coach Ken Bailey from Eaglesview, but it was 28-28 with a minute to go in the third quarter, and then Trinity blitzed them 56-28. So they will go to UC. UC is about to wrap up a 28-6 win over Impact Christian, and that will be a game, Sully, that we've seen many a times here in Jacksonville, for a lot of marbles on the line once again.
Yeah, that'll be a good game. There'll be a bunch of alumni out this week for those two schools. That'll be a fun one, a bragging rights game, and really a shot to go to the Final Four. Both those teams.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, both those teams, quality coaches, staff, really good players, tradition, state championships. So, yeah, that should be fun. So that's two 904s, right? Bishop Kenny Rains and UC and Trinity.
That's right. And by the way, a lot of state championships between these two in UC and Trinity Christian. Bradford will be home again. They will play Cocoa, as the chat is saying. That should be a fantastic game. Hard defensive game, I would think, because every game is like that with Bradford, and they pulled away today to win 24-14. It was 17-14, close one with Berkeley Prep, and then they get it done. Bowles continues to roll. Can Pensacola Catholic give them a fight? Well, Bowles will be at home. So UC Trinity right here in the backyard, Bradford home, Bowles home, and then you got Rains home against Bishop Kenny, as Sully just mentioned. Rains trying to continue the run back to the Final Four and get another crack at a potential state championship. And BK, I mean, if they were to pull an upset here, this would be one of the all-timers in the playoffs if BK could beat Rains.
Yeah, and again, they've gotten here, and that's what I think their goal was, 1 week at a time. Practice on Monday. That's what we used to tell the kids. Playoff game Friday. The goal is to practice on the following Monday, and they get that opportunity. And they'll be ready to go. They'll be excited about playing. I think their kids will be excited. Bishop Kenny kids won't be intimidated, and that should be a really good football game.
St. Augustine won big over Ed White in our Whataburger Game of the Week. It looks like they'll play Columbia. I don't want to call that one too soon, but Columbia was up 20-7 on the road at Choctaw. So if they can hold on, they next will play St. Augustine. St. Augustine beat them, if I remember the score correctly, now 41-21. Who did? Choctaw?
Choctaw blocked a punt, scooped and picked it up and scored.
So that'll make it 20-13 or 14?
Yeah, 20-13.
All right. See, I didn't want to speak that into existence yet. Either way, St. Augustine will host, so that will be another game that will be here in the area. And then Ponte Vedra. Do we know Mainland Mosley yet?
It was 36-31 with 5 minutes left.
Who was winning?
Mainland was winning.
Okay. So somebody, how do you think potential matchup? What do you know about Mainland versus obviously this gritty and getting better all the time Ponte Vedra team?
Yeah, I think Mainland, they'll have a lot of athletes, so they'll get after you pretty good. And I think Ponte Vedra, they'll just do what they do. And, you know, again, they'll be at home. It'll be a great crowd. It's going to be a great high school football game. Great atmosphere.
Yeah, and the Shark Tank will be rocking. That is for sure. So, and then the last one, I mean, look at that right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, those regions will have a home game in Jacksonville, which is really cool. A lot of football to cover next Friday, the day after Thanksgiving. And then Mandarin Buchholz one more time, Sully. Mandarin with all the star players. And I think continues to get better. I've been very impressed with Mandarin. This isn't a team that was like a finished product early on. And maybe they're not a finished product yet, but they've gotten better and better, and a huge win over St. Augustine at the end of the regular season. Gave them a bunch of confidence. And I think that was a big win tonight over Pace to hold on 42-35.
Yeah, just having to do it offensively and not having the defense rely on their defense. They gave up a lot of points tonight, but they scored a lot of points. So, again, they can beat you on the ground through the air. But the one thing that's cool, Brent, is we've talked about this the last 4 or 5, 6 weeks. All the teams in the different classifications, and they're all coming to fruition.
You have said that since the outset of the season. Basically, you looked at this and we said, okay, we think Rains, Bowles, St. Aug are going to be really good and have a chance to win in Mandarin, have a really good chance. And you love the fact that they're all separated. They didn't have to go beat each other up, and that's what we've got. And now we've got Bradford in that mix as well, and a looks like a late charging Trinity Christian after a very slow start, like a record slow start to their program, and now they're playing really good football. So, hey, man, we're not done with the season. We'll have some more. You'll be on the Blitz Breakdown Monday night with the guys, and then we've got another Friday night Blitz. We just won't do our extravaganza next Friday and the following weeks, but we'll continue to follow along. We'll be covering all the games, and then we'll have our Blitzies and our award show.
I'm going to go to.
Are you going to go to a game next week?
Yeah, heck yeah.
Yeah. All right. You staying in town for Thanksgiving or what?
Yeah, we're here.
Okay. Hey, overall, man, good football season though, right?
Yeah, it did not disappoint. Just gets better and better and better. And people that have been around Duval County and St. John's and all that football over the years, we usually would get 1 or 2 teams to this point. And now we've getting a lot of quality teams, a lot of quality coaching, a lot of quality players. It's just fun as an old coach to sit back and watch and enjoy football.
Yeah, well, I'll get to enjoy it for another couple of weeks, and a lot of teams still in the mix next week. Happy Thanksgiving, man. Appreciate you.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
All right, that is our coach, Kevin Sullivan, our Hall of Famer. And congrats to all the winners tonight as they continue to practice around Thanksgiving. That is the goal. That gets people excited on the high school football gridiron. And we're off to Arizona. Jaguars and the Cardinals will be in Arizona with the Jags. You can watch that one 4 o'clock on CBS 47. We're not done yet. We got the Friday Night Blitz. It's up in a couple minutes. I better run. We'll be on TV on Fox 30 or right here. All the highlights, all the reaction from a fun-filled week 2 of the high school football playoffs coming up next. Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
This is Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz, sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
Well, we may be 30 minutes delayed, but we are still ready to rumble for a round 2 rematch between
Hello, traffic getting down to St. Augustine for Ed White. They delayed the game a bit, and they delayed maybe the inevitable because St. Augustine rocking and rolling here in week 2 of the playoffs. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Friday Night Blitz and our 5-hour extravaganza one more time here in 2025. But we're not done because we have a lot of teams moving on to round 3 in the regional finals, don't we?
Yeah, lots of teams moving on, lots of teams advancing. And by the way, lots of teams hosting next week. We'll get to that in just a bit, but let's get to our game of the week, shall we?
The Game of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
All right, so here we go. The Commanders scored the most points in the state this year, was a record in the regular season. St. Augustine scored 70 points last week. It's our Whataburger game of the week. And first Commander drive, Marquell Elmore, Yellow Jackets pick it off, and they take over just like that. Later in the first, Brenton James fires over the top to who else? Samorian Wingo catches it. Watch this run. Watch the finish. At the 15, tackled right now. 10, 8, 7, 6. Okay, now he's tackled. 1 on 3. 4, 3, 2, into the end zone. What an individual effort, and did that set the tone or what? 7-0. Next Commander drive, it would be 4th down for Ed White, and they're going for it, 4th and 7, and King Boylston doesn't have a chance. Mason Lynch with the sack, and that gives St. Aug the ball back and in good situation. In the second quarter, Yellow Jackets up 14-zip. Brenton James finds Julio Santiago, takes it up past midfield on a nice burst, and that would lead to this. Darrell Preston, a little cutback, and see you later. 33 yards to the house. 21-0. The route was on. In the third, James finds Trendell Anderson, a little swing pass. He'll take it 22 yards, and it's 43-0. Later in the fourth, Ed White managed to put 7 on the board. Commanders knocking on the door. A direct snap to Marion Laguerre, who adds another, but too little too late. Yellow Jackets win this one. They win big, 44-12. What a statement. Here's Action Sports Jack's Marcel Robinson.
I'm exceptionally proud of our guys. I think, when you're playing such a good opponent, and obviously the offense performance by them this season was so highly touted, it's easy to be thinking about that and thinking about what you want to do and this and that. And I think, our kids did an awesome job of just doing simple things at a really, really high level. And I'm just proud of, especially those young kids on defense, that they were able to just keep their head and just do that. And, we've got talented kids, so when they do basic things at a high level, they've got a chance to be successful.
Well, obviously, based on the performance you saw, you guys couldn't wait to get on the field. Talk about what it's like to see your guys playing this kind of ball and a complete team win on all phases of special teams offense and defense, of course.
I think the thing for me and for our coaches, it's just really gratifying to see the kids they're just so proud of themselves because they performed so well and they work so hard, and it just for me, it just makes me feel really good to see the kids so happy about how they played.
Last one for you. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention just kind of your next opponent is going to be a familiar foe, regardless of who it is. How do you kind of, prepare these guys for a familiar team, but knowing that they're going to be different than what you faced in the first time?
For sure. Whether it's Choctaw or Columbia, we know it's going to be a very, very well coached, very, very physical team. They're different, but both are really good and both present a really good challenge. We have respect for both, so it won't change how much they have our attention. And whoever it is, they're certainly worthy of a regional final, and we'll have to be very, very good to win it.
Scale of 1 to 10, how do you do tonight? 10. 10? Yeah, argue with that.
Good stuff there with the Braddock. So, Columbia at Choctaw out in the Panhandle. Home team scoring first. Taman Zavatakis to DJ Spence. Touchdown Indians. They take the lead. Then, how about Drew Simmons? Watch this play. Oh, he ripped the helmet off. He keeps going. I think you have to stop the play right there, right? He says first down. They stop the play. Xavier Collins, who threw that pass, keeps it on this one, takes it into the end zone. There's your equalizer for the Tigers. A little later on, Simmons This time keeps his helmet on, gets into the end zone. This one just went to the fourth quarter. Columbia leading 20-13. Remember, they start these games later out in the Panhandle because they're in Central Time.
They're an hour behind.
So we're keeping an eye on this one, which means we don't know who's going to play at St. Augustine next week. It could be Columbia, could be Choctaw. The one thing we do know, it will be at Foots Brumley Stadium. They will host a regional final next Friday.
St. Aug beat Columbia earlier this season,
in
beat
district
Choctaw
play
last year to go to the Final Four.
Right.
Bryson Wright back for the Mandarin Mustangs. Weber, take it. Round 2, hosting Pace.
Yeah, let's do it. Second straight week, Mandarin find themselves in an early hole, but they respond quickly. Knocks Annis to Tion Weish, and that will tie it up at 7 early on. One theme of the first half in this one, Annis using his legs. Doesn't see anything he likes. He decides, I'm going to keep it. I'm going to run. I'm going to take some contact. I'm going to get in the end zone. Touchdown, 14-7 Mustangs. Then, how about some defense? Patriots trying to make up ground through the air. Tamaj Mitchell spoils that idea. Interception here for the senior corner. Leads to another touchdown for the good guys. Annis on a 4th down play. Quick strike to right, exit stage left, and entering the end zone does the number 1 player in the class of 2028. Pace actually fought back to tie it at 21 just before the half. Annis to right again, the strength to pull that down. 7-point lead at the break. A shootout at the corral. Okay. Again. Mandarin gets the win. 42-35, the win.
Nice lost to Buchholz in the regular season, and this one means a little bit more. Like, season continues or ends. Sophomore Andrew Whittemore to sophomore Marquell Brooks. Bright future for the Bobcats when you got 2 young guys. They're always good. That one made it 7-0 near the end of the first. To start off the second, you know the combo again. Whittemore to now Justin Williams, the future Gator, for 6. He's their stud receiver. 14-0 Buchholz. Nice just a couple moments later. Taste of your own medicine. QB Aiden Pfeiffer finds the junior. Tyshawn Ford. Bobcats led 14-7 still. This was wild late. Nice scored with under 5 minutes to go to tie it. Then Buchholz scores with 11 seconds to play to take the lead. They actually added a pick 6, so they win 29-17 with a bunch of points in the final 11 seconds. So here's what it looks like. Mandarin now will travel to Buchholz, and they'll play the Bobcats. And this will feature 2 perennially good programs, and it's an interesting matchup. But the Mustangs will have to go on the road to beat the Bobcats.
How about a little battle at the beach as we get a rematch in this one? It was actually Beachside who won in the regular season, and they won the district championship because of that. However, this game at Ponte Vedra because they were the higher seed and were in round 2. If it had been round 1, this game would have been at Beachside, randomly enough. It was all complimentary football in the first quarter for the Sharks. They start with offense. 49-yard touchdown pass to David Doherty makes it 7-0.
Oh boy.
Beachside's offense now on the field, and how about defense? This fumble recovered by Bennett Baumgartner brings the Sharks offense back on the field, and so we get special teams. 48-yard field goal.
Field goal try.
Woo, that's a doozy right there. Makes it 10-0. Less than 10 seconds into the second quarter, Barracudas. Oh boy, they lost the ball there. Reese Beck, strip sack, recovered by Baumgartner, leads to another touchdown. Cole Rosendahl to Alex Winkle, second touchdown pass of the game there for Rosendahl. Oh, wow. Beachside goes 3 and out, so here comes the punt team, and it's blocked by Carter Otteson, recovered by Talon Babin. Special teams coach Scott Owen loves it. He's pointing, he's cheering, he's excited. 38-3 is your final score. Ponte Vedra exacts revenge. Steve Price with Olivia Tasley after the win.
I think everything happened as far as complimentary football wise. I mean, your offense showed up and showed out. Your defense showed up and showed out. Even your special teams with a punt return touchdown and a fumble recovery for your defense and all of that. How proud are you of all these guys really working together and playing really good complimentary football?
Yeah, you know, and I think this Ponte Vedra is the best place in the world to coach. These kids they played since youth football together and have just grown up together. So it's such a tight knit group, and it's fun to see them put in the work. Most of these kids have been at Ponte Vedra High School now. The seniors, they've been there for 4 seasons, and they struggled through some things and worked hard, and it's really fun to see them have success. And kind of our goal is to keep this thing rolling as long as we possibly can, and we're excited about the opportunity.
And here you are playing into Thanksgiving football.
Yeah, it's great. I love Thanksgiving practice.
All right, Coach. Well, enjoy Thanksgiving practice, enjoy Thanksgiving, and we'll see you out here again next week. Congratulations. Go enjoy the win.
Yes, thank you very much.
Of course, that'll do it here at Ponte Vedra High School as the Sharks win in dominating complimentary football fashion 38-3 against the Beachside Barracudas. Guys, let's send it back to you.
That's a heck of a win now. Mainland holds on to win 36-31. So now they go to Ponte Vedra next week. And we've said all along, this is a wide open region, very competitive region. But Ponte Vedra and Mainland hold serve. And I'm not sure people would have predicted that the top two seeds would be playing in the regional final, but they do. Range hosting West Florida, the Graveyard would be just that for the visitors. Season dead after tonight. If you go in there, that's because Range is really good. They just walked in and scored 6-0. Tyshawn Haynes in the middle of scoring a touchdown as I walked in. Got to see the finish of it.
That's good.
12-0. Then the defense goes to work. Tony Williams, he's number one. He sacks number one. Range just dominant. Trying to score again. But watch this. This isn't a dominant play. Kyron Jackson has the ball. He loses it. It bounced right back up to him. And it's not a big play or anything, but it does avoid disaster. Meanwhile, after a turnover on downs by Range, West Florida has the ball. Well, not anymore. We think it was Troy Butler. It's usually a good guess. Pokes the ball loose.
Say Butler, one of them will
Tony
count.
Williams, there he is, scoring a touchdown. Range rolls to Darius Washington scoring 2, 54-0. The no surprise final. Range wins big.
So they get the winner of Bishop Kenny and Tallahassee Godby. The Cougars making the trip down by the river. First Crusader drive, Gavin Hawkins going to find Carter Harris on the sideline. Big pickup here for the home team. Gets it into the red zone. That leads to Caleb Madison, as many of the drives have this year for the Crusaders. He'll take it in for 6, 7-0 home team. Next Godby drive. Their quarterback scrambling out of the pocket. Gunnar Rogers forces the fumble, gets the sack. They did recover, Godby did, but still counts as a nice sack there for Rogers. Later in the first, still 7-7. Madison just shedding off tacklers. He'll take it into the end zone for the Crusaders. 14-7 at the half. A lot more scoring after the half as it's 55-37. BK emerges victorious. So we will get Bishop Kenny at Rains. One of our local teams will make it to the Final Four in Class 3A.
Wow, a tall task for BK in that game, but what a win tonight. And, well, we take a look at some of the other scores, like West Nassau, how they get to the SSAA championship game. Look what they've done.
Yeah, they've won games at home against Stanton, Umatilla, and Fernandina Beach last week in that big rivalry matchup. So they get to take a trip to the Villages to take on American Heritage, the Delray Beach version, not the Plantation version. There's two of them.
This is a wild game.
Wild game. Big hole early on for the Warriors, down 21-0. Smo Green starts to cut into that with a touchdown run. A little later on, Price Arnold to Colby Gay down the near side. He takes it in for another touchdown. Makes it a one-score game. Back to down 13 when Smo Green does it again.
Nice
another
moves.
touchdown here as he's able to
get in?
keep it going.
Oh, what a run.
Getting in there.
What a run.
Warriors would battle all game long, but the Stallions had an answer every time. 51-41, American Heritage goes on to get the win.
More to come tonight here on the Friday Night Blitz, including 2A with Bowles and Bradford at home. Could they still be on a collision course?
Plus, UC and Trinity. They've met many times for a regional final. Would they do it again? We'll tell you coming up next.
We are the Mandarin Mustangs, and you're watching Friday Night Blitz.
Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz. Sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
Hand it off. And in the end zone is Trendell Anderson. 29-0.
Well, you're welcome, FHSAA, for our money.
Oh.
Last couple of weeks.
Back-to-backers, huh? Goodness.
We tried to show you the Whataburger Game of the Weeks. They just didn't really turn into some dandy of games. Yeah. Last week it was Nice blitzing Oakleaf, and this week it was St. Augustine all over Ed White. And they move on. Welcome back to the Friday Night Blitz. We move on. Brent Martineau, along with Stuart Weber, the entire Action Sports Jax team, and inching closer and closer to state championship time.
Yeah, we're pushing towards that state championship level. Remember, those are played in Miami again this year. Take a look at local teams and the most state titles of our local teams. Of course, the Bulldogs with 11 of those. Trinity and UC each with 9. How about we check out highlights from all 3 of those, and maybe number 6 there, Bradford. They got a couple. It was a long time ago, but they did get a couple way back in the day.
Knocking on the door.
How about the Bulldogs hosting Florida High and fresh off a 50-point win over Walton a week ago? Bowles forcing a 3-and-out to start on defense. And hey, stop us if you've heard this before. Xander Edwards, he's got room, and he's gone. 7-0 on their very first offensive play. Next Bowles drive, Jaden Weatherly will find his tight end Corbin Fordham breaking a nice tackle there for a big old gain. Lots of weapons in that arsenal for the Bowles school. A few plays later, Edwards again. This guy's a sophomore, folks. Doesn't go down on first contact. Instead, he just finds the end zone. 13-0 at that point. They go on to win 51-27 and advance to host next week against TBD. Another one of those panhandle games. South Walton, Pensacola Catholic. At last check, it was Pensacola Catholic leading. We'll see who ends up winning that one out west.
All right, you mentioned the Bradford Tornadoes taking on Berkeley Prep out of Tampa. And the Tornadoes, again, have been very good the last couple years, trying to break through that state championship barrier. First quarter, Cy Covich takes it from 1 yard out, punches it in 7-0. Later in the second, Jordan Kaysen, he will get the screen pass, and there he is. And when he turns around, he's like, I got some room to run. He had a lot of room to run. Actually avoided the face mask there. Maybe they called it. Didn't matter. 55 yards, 14-0 Bradford. In the fourth, though, Tornadoes just up 17-14. Caden Karn picks it off. Ball overthrown. He takes it all the way back. Huge pick 6 and makes it 24-14. And then in the fourth, Jaquez Kaysen calls ball game. Looked like the arm got hit. He got his hands under that, picks it off. Bradford wins this one 24-14, and they are moving on.
We've been fortunate to have a lot of playoff games at home, and tonight the crowd was unbelievable. The band was unbelievable. Cheerleaders, everybody involved with our program and our community really stepped up tonight. It was as loud as I've heard it in a long time. Those last 3 or 4 drives when Berkeley had the ball, it's a lot of fun, and our guys competed so hard tonight. That was a physical football game. You don't see I formation 2 and 3 backs very much anymore, and that's what Berkeley brought, and they brought it every play, and we had to play physical every down.
Jamie's done a heck of a job. Familiar foe, Cocoa up next. They got to win 34-33 over Cavalry Christian in a heck of a game in overtime.
Let's go to 1A. Impact Christian taking on University Christian, all local matchup down there in 1A Region 1. In the first, UC already leading 6-0. Khalil Thompson going to find Trevon Birch for the touchdown. 13-0. University Christian in front. To the second, John Asby taking this pitch. He's going to run for a nice gain. Look at him just shedding tackles to the near side across midfield. A little later on in the drive, Asby? No? Yes? Yes. There he goes. Into the end zone, 20-0 for the home team in this one. We go to the third. Impact with an answer. Hayden Dees to Rashawn Clark. And the Lions get on the board. Fantastic season, by the way, for Impact Christian. In the fourth, Impact trying to put more together. Josh Lochner picks it off, and that would give UC some great field position, and it would be Asby once again getting the job done. It is University Christian who is moving on. They get the win 28-6 over the Impact Christian Lions. University Christian keeps it rolling. They are that 1 seed in the region. Let's hear from the head coach, David Penland III.
You struggled to put the game away, but you finally did, and you're moving on. What did you see from your team tonight?
Yeah, we just came out a little slow, a little flat, things that are fixable. So looking forward to next week and having a good game. Always great to have Thanksgiving breakfast with our team, and a lot of kids don't get to experience that. So nothing to be sad or mad about. We just got to get better.
Tell me about your defense. I think you forced 6 turnovers, 4 or 5 of those at least in the second half. A forced fumble, a couple picks. Insane effort from them tonight.
Yeah, no surprise. They've been playing lights out all year. They've done a heck of a job all year with creating turnovers and just playing unbelievable defense. They bend, they don't break. So we lean a lot on our defense, and that's what we're going to do this next week.
Awesome. Appreciate it, Coach. Congrats.
Yes, sir.
All right, that's it here from UC. 28-6, your final. Back to you guys. I'm Jason Hamby, Action Sports Jacks.
Hey, Trinity Christian hosting McClay. Of course, winner gets to UC. Conquerors were down 7-0 in this football game, and then they get going a bit. Nate Bennett, he scores the touchdown. Remember, Trinity got off that slow start to the season, but they've been really playing good football now, coming to life and getting better. Then a little bit later on, Trinity Christian on some defense. Jeremiah Desir, he's back there getting the quarterback. That's a sack. And then a little bit later, some more defense. How about David Wright? He would pick up the quarterback and then pick off the quarterback. There he is, throwing on the run to the wrong team. Terrell Dallas to Marquez Hicks a little bit later on, 14-7. Trinity takes the lead, and then Dallas backed up big time until this happens. 90 yards for the touchdown. It was 28-28 with a minute to go in the third. Trinity Christian wins 56-28.
You know, we gave up the opening kickoff for a touchdown, and then, you know, we were able to bounce back and score, and then score again. And I mean, you know, to be up, it was 14-7 at halftime, and then we just traded touchdowns for a while. You know, and then we finally got a couple of stops and got them off the field. So, you know, hey, you got to give credit. Kids played hard. They kept playing and kept playing and kept playing, and you know, finally turned out to be what it happened. So,
big running game. There was like I think it was a 93 yards.
Yes,
touchdown.
Yes, that kind of broke it open, where we were up by a score, and then they had us back down here, and we broke about a 93-yard touchdown run. So. I think, you know, once we got up 2 scores and we were able to hang on, but, you know, them kids fought hard, you know, and a lot of them played both sides of the football. And hats off to them. They played really good football. We're going to go play UC, and everybody, that's a big one. You know, that's the one it's a big rivalry, and, you know, it's always regional championship with them. And so we're excited. We're excited about going over and doing that.
Yeah, University Christian, Trinity Christian will be a big one next week. We'll be all over that one.
Finally, tough night for the Georgia contingent. Brunswick loses to Gainesville High. Ware County falls to Creekside. Charlton County lost 35-14 to Screven County. We'll be right back on the Blitz.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the Viking marching band from Wayne High School.
This is Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz, sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
Maybe 30 minutes delayed, but we are still ready to rumble for a round 2 rematch between the Ed White
and Augustine and Ed White. Get the scoreboard ready, right?
Hey.
These guys can score some points. Well, one did and one did not.
Yeah,
here in our Whataburger
goes
game
that
of
way
the week.
sometimes, doesn't it?
It does. Welcome to the Friday Night Blitz abbreviated edition here on CBS 47, Fox 30. Brent Martineau, Stuart Weber, and we've got week 2 of the playoffs. The road to the state championships roll on.
Yeah, indeed they do. And we had a good amount of local versus local matchups, including the aforementioned Yellow Jackets Commanders going head to head.
The game of the week, Sponsored by Whataburger.
Ed White taking on St. Augustine. That is the matchup. First Commander drive, and it didn't end well. Picked off by Marquel Elmore. Yellow Jackets take over. I think he had one last week, too. Making some big plays on defense. Later in the first, Brenton James fires over the top to who else? Samorian Wingo. Watch this. Gets it at the 25. Now he's going to be tackled right here. Right? Oh, wait a minute. What's going on here? 1 against 3. Then he's got some friends. 5-4-3-2 goal line touchdown. Samorian Wingo really set the tone, I think, with that play. 7-0 lead. Next Commander drive. It was 4th down, and they're trying to get something going on 4th and 7. But watch Mason Lynch and the rest of the Yellow Jackets. They're all over them. King Boylston didn't have a chance. That's a sack turnover on downs. Second quarter, Yellow Jackets up 14. James to Julio Santiago. They have so many weapons on that St. Augustine offense. Takes it past midfield with a burst. Later in the drive, Darrell Preston. He's going to take the handoff. Watch this move right there. What a cut. And then he beats everybody to the goal line. 33 yards to the house, 21-0 at that point. Yellow Jackets win this one. They win the game of the week, 44-12 to move on.
So who do they play? Either Columbia or Choctaw Hatchie. Home team, that'd be Choctaw. Well, they score first. Taman Sabatakis finds DJ Spence for the touchdown. A little later on, Columbia looking to answer, down 7. Drew Simmons with the catch. Gets the helmet ripped off, but a nice gainer there for Simmons. His quarterback, Xavier Collins, follows that up with a touchdown run. A little bit later on in this matchup, it's Simmons, this time taking it into the end zone. Touchdown for Columbia. This a back and forth game, and it's Choctaw who's getting the win, 27-20 over Columbia. That means it will be Choctaw at St. Augustine at Foots Brumley coming up next week.
Tough loss for Columbia. Bryson Wright back for the Mandarin Mustangs in round 2, Weber.
Yeah, round 2, hosting Pace. And for a second straight week, they found themselves in an early hole, but responding quickly. Knocks Annis to Tion Weich. That ties it up at 7 early on. One theme of the first half was Annis using his legs. Doesn't see anything he likes, so he decides to take it. Takes a couple hits and gets into the end zone. Gives it that little scream, primal scream. 14-7. Then how about some defense? Patriots trying to make up ground through the air. Tamaj Mitchell spoils that idea. A little interception for the senior corner. Leads to another touchdown for the home team. Annis on a 4th down play. Quick strike to right, stage left, and into the end zone. Pace actually fought back and tied it at 21. Then just before the half, Annis to right again. Goes up and gets it. Strong catch, strong win. 42-35, Mandarin moving on.
How about the Nice Panthers? Lost to Buchholz in the regular season. This one, obviously, with a lot more on the line. Sophomore Andrew Whittemore to sophomore Marquel Brooks. Bright future for the Bobcats with those two young guys. That made it 7-0 Bobcats here at the end of the first. Start off the second, and now Whittemore to Justin Williams, the future Gator. Made a big impact on this game at the wide receiver position. That's 14-0 Buchholz. But back comes Nice. Just a couple moments later, Nice QB Aiden Pfeiffer finds the junior Tyshawn Ford. And he's all alone. Is anybody around him? Nope. This game was tied at 17 with a late Nice touchdown. Then Buchholz scored 12 points in the final 11 seconds to get the win.
So, Mandarin, on the road to Gainesville they go, as they will take on Buchholz next. How about a battle at the beach? Ponte Vedra hosting Beachside. It was the Barracudas who won in the regular season to earn the district title, but it was all Ponte Vedra tonight. In every single phase. Start with offense. 49-yard touchdown pass to David Doherty as Cole Rosendahl puts it on the money. 7-0 Sharks. Now, how about defense? Unprepared for the snap. Ball is fumbled, recovered by Bennett Baumgartner. So we go to a little bit of special teams. 48-yard field goal. How about that? 10-0 for Ponte Vedra.
Field goals?
Field goal.
48-yarder.
It was 48 yards. That was pretty good. Less than 10 seconds into the second quarter. Another fumble. Baumgartner gets it. Then Rosendahl with the pass into the end zone goes Alex Winkles. 38-3. How about a punt block for a touchdown? Talon Babbitt scores. Ponte Vedra gets some revenge as they are moving on and will host the regional final against Mainland. Mainland always tough this time of year. 36-31. They beat Mosley. That's your matchup next week.
How about the Reigns Vikings hosting West Florida? The graveyard would be just that for just about anybody entering Reigns building this year. Hey, just walked in with the score 6-0, and then Tyshawn Haynes walks into another score, touchdown, 12-0. Then the defense goes to work. Tony Williams with the sack. They were all over West Florida. Mismatch, dominant Reigns once again. It's kind of interesting play. Kyron Jackson, he loses the football right here. Ball bounces right back to him. Would have been better if it was a touchdown, but I still thought it was a fun play, so I showed it. After a turnover on downs by Reigns, West Florida has the ball. Well, they don't anymore. Troy Butler poked it loose. Tony Williams touchdown. Reigns rolls. Tadarius Washington scoring 2, 54-0. Reigns gets it done.
So they get either Bishop Kenny or Tallahassee Godby. First Crusader drive down by the river. Gavin Hawkins going to find Carter Harris on the far side. Big pickup here. Gets him into the red zone and set up nicely. What do? Well, they hand it to Caleb Madison. Smart play for Coach Tim Krause just about every time as number 6 takes it into the end zone. Next drive for Godby. Quarterback scrambling, and here comes Gunnar Rogers. Jars the ball loose. They'd get it back, but that's a nice sack for Gunnar. Later in the first, Madison going to score another one. It was 14-7 at the half. Final score in this one, 55-37. A lot more scoring after we left. So next week, Kenny, Reigns, one of these local teams will play in the Final Four. We'll be right back on the Blitz. Welcome back to the Blitz. We're on the road to the state championship. Locally, here's your leaders when it comes to bringing home the hardware. Bowles with 11 state titles, Trinity and UC each with 9, Reigns 3, Union County 3, and Bradford with 2. Let's see some highlights from some of those teams.
Anyone going to add to it this year?
We'll find out. Let's start with Bowles, shall we? The Bulldogs playing host to Florida High and fresh off a 50-point win over Walton when they put 63 on the scoreboard. Well, a lot more scoring again tonight. They'd force a 3-and-out to start, and then First offensive play, Xander Edwards. Yeah, there he goes. 7-0 Bulls.
That kid's a sophomore.
That's trouble for 2 years for opposing defenses. Next Bulls drive, Jaden Weatherly to Corbin Fordham. What was that, forearm shiver? Big pickup for number 0.
You out of the way there, Weber.
Yeah, looked like it. A few plays later, here's Edwards again, and yeah, you're not tackling him. Come on. 13-0 at that point. 51 points for Bulls. They're moving on, and they will host Pensacola Catholic, who wins 34-7 over South Walton.
How about the Bradford Tornadoes taking on Berkeley Prep out of Tampa, 5th seed. First quarter, Cy Cubbage takes it from 1 yard out, punches it in 7-0. Electric crowd there tonight. Later in the second, Jordan Kaysen. He'll be the receiver on this play. Spins around after the catch, and he's like, I got daylight. Watch the face mask. That doesn't matter. 14-0 Bradford after he goes 55 yards, and they're fired up. In the fourth, Tornadoes up just 3 now. Caden Karn picks off the overthrow, and then he takes it all the way back. He almost lost the football there. Do you see that? 24-14. And then Jaquaz Kaysen would finish the deal. He picks it. Bradford wins it. 24-14. Moving on.
They will host Cocoa next as Cocoa wins in overtime over Calvary Christian. To 1A we go. Impact taking on University Christian in the first. It's 6-0 UC. They would add to that lead at home. Khalil Thompson to Trevon Birch. Touchdown, University Christian, 13-0. In the second, John Asby, your running back, he's going to take this pitch, and he's going to pick up a nice big gainer. Gets this ball all the way across midfield. He would finish the drive off with a touchdown run, and it's University Christian who earns the win, 28-6. UC knocks out Impact Christian. They are moving on and will play host to,
well, Trinity Christian or McClay. Trinity Christian was down 7-0 right off the rip because McClay returned the opening kick for a touchdown, and then Nate Bennett, he says, I'll answer that with a touchdown. Then the Trinity defense got going, sacks and interceptions. Bottom line, this was 14-7 at halftime.
Yeah.
It was 28-28 with a minute to go in the third.
Yeah.
And the final score is Trinity Christian wins 56-28.
So we've seen this matchup before. We'll see it again. Trinity at UC for a regional championship. Tough night for the teams in Georgia. Brunswick loses to Gainesville. Ware County falls to Creekside. And Charlton County loses against Screven County. And one more game to show to you tonight. West Nassau SSAA Atlantic title game. Found themselves in a big hole against American Heritage. You got to give the Warriors credit. They fought. Smo Green would score a number of touchdowns for West Nassau. But in the end, American Heritage gets the win 51-41 in that state championship game. We'll be right back on the Blitz.
Week is brought to you by the FSCJ Manta Rays.
And we decided to give it to Samorian Wingo. Nice catch. Yeah, he's going to be tackled, right? He's going to be tackled, right? 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 No, it's a grown man touchdown for Samorian Wingo.
Good
What
call
a
by
play.
the ref, too.
Yeah, they got the hands up. They let him go.
Here's what we got. Chasing a championship. 9 local teams remaining. 6 of the teams will play at home. 2
all these one
local
seeds.
matchups with Trinity University Christian, Bishop Kenny, and Reigns.
Yeah, Mandarin's got to go on the road to Buchholz is the one team that's got to go on the road in the next round and try to earn a spot in the final.
Should be a cool next Friday.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Let's leave you with our band of the week from St. Augustine, and we'll have some highlights for you next week. Maybe not a full Friday Night Blitz, but we'll certainly get you covered all the way to the state championship games. See you next week.
Thanks for watching Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz, sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
Hey everybody, welcome back into the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz. Noah Schlicksup and Brody McGuff with you for one last time this 2025 high school football season. On Fridays, we still got some Mondays left on the Blitz Breakdown.
Yeah, we do. And what a year. It's a lot of fun. Sad to come to an end, but like all things, it has to come to an end at some point.
All great things have to come to an end.
This was a great thing, too. Had a good thing going.
Yep. It's a good fall, you know.
It's crazy. Again, it flew by for us. It feels like, again, just like yesterday, we were at East Ponte Vedra calling that game. And now we're at the end, second playoff game.
It really flew by.
Yeah.
You know, when you're driving from Orlando each week.
Yeah.
You know, the college broadcasting balancing act was on full display. But hey,
wouldn't have it any other way. And how about these local teams showing out in the playoffs? We've got numerous teams advancing now on to the regional finals. How about Trinity Christian tonight with a 56-28 win? I mean, that team, they're scoring now, too. They're playing good football.
How do you not like Trinity Christian as a fan right now? I mean, like, just their turnaround. They got, like, probably the coolest playoff story. They're the Cinderella team right now, and they've been doing a lot of good things recently, and 2 playoff wins in a row, and now they get to play University Christian at University Christian. That's going to be a fun one next week. Definitely would tune into that.
Yeah, I want to give a shout-out to the West Nassau Warriors, falling just short in the Atlantic Division State Championship, 51-41 to American Heritage. They hung in there against a team that was projected to win that game, but and then another team that was hanging in there with an opponent that they were not favored in that matchup. How about Nice? They had it tied with 11 seconds to go, but Buchholz in the end, they get the touchdown and the pick six on the last play of the game. After going up, they win that game 29-17, but the Panthers put up a fight there in Gainesville.
Yeah, hats off to the Panthers. That was a really good first round playoff win for them. I mean, not really. I mean, that was impressive what they did against Oakleaf. And then to go into Gainesville, give them a fight till the end, tying up the game in the fourth quarter when they're down the whole time, and just Buchholz just a powerhouse, hard to deal with. I can tell you from experience, it's not a fun team to play, and Nice gave them their all. So hats off to Nice for a great season once again. And I bet you they got a lot of good players returning next year. They'll be a solid one again next year. So Buchholz Mandarin though,
that's gonna be.
Oh yeah,
I don't know how that one's gonna go.
Me neither. I couldn't tell you who's gonna win. I actually don't know.
I got a feeling.
904.
I got a feeling. Yeah, 904. I got a feeling about.
I'll
Mandarin.
ride with my guys in the 904.
But how about Mandarin Pace tonight? Ends up being a 42-35 high scoring final, and for Mandarin that's a big win. Pace kept it close. I know Mandarin was up a couple scores late, but big win for the Mustangs as they get Bryson Wright back as well.
Yeah, and another hats off to Pace. I mean, really good job by them keeping up with Mandarin the whole game. That's a hard team to play against, and a shootout is not something I would have drew up for this game.
Yeah, it's tough to score on that Mandarin defense.
Yeah, and Pace is known for a good defense, but it kind of makes sense with Pace being a run team, and Mandarin's not really used to the way Panhandle runs the football, and Pace probably does it the best out of anybody in the Panhandle. And also, Pace's defense not used to a high-flying air raid offense that Mandarin can do if they need to. Again, Mandarin a very balanced football team. They can run past whatever. But in this game, they definitely want it through the air, and a really good job. Bryson Wright, I think, had 3 touchdowns. What a game back for him. I mean, good job by Mandarin.
You think he missed playing football last week?
I think he did, just maybe a little bit.
Just a little bit. He showed out for sure, and that's just the second time a team has put up 30 on Mandarin this season. Second, they put up more than 21. There's been 4 teams to score 20 on Mandarin this year. That's IMG, St. Augustine, Pace, and Creekside. And then the only other team to put up more than 21 is IMG.
Yeah, and again, that game doesn't really count.
How many times are you going to say that? Anytime we bring up Mandarin, they did play IMG. That one didn't count though.
You should be playing at college
Pace's
football.
Defense, they have allowed 182 points this year. Like that is a defensive unit. I'm looking through their schedule right now, and they gave up 30 points to Mary G. Montgomery. Outside of that, I think they gave up 20 points twice. Like, this was 2 very good defenses that ended up being outshadowed by 2 very good offenses in this game.
It makes sense, though. Like, I kind of wish or would like to say I'd think this before, but I didn't. Again, I thought this was going to be a low-scoring affair. But, it makes sense. Pace, again, not used to receivers like Bryson Wright and Tion Weiss. You got to deal with that all game. They haven't gone against anybody like those 2 cats.
Not many can say they have.
Yeah. The Mandarin's receivers are just studs, and they've been playing great all season. And then again, Mandarin not used to going against a running offense and Pace and how they run the football. So it makes sense. But again, shock to me because I was not ready for a 42 to 35 point game in that one. And again, good job for Pace of hanging in there and playing some really good football against a really tough Mustangs football team.
Yeah, other teams that advanced this week, Bradford advances, Brunswick loses 42-0, so they are out. Ware County loses 49-0. Impact Christian falls to UC, an impressive 28-6 win there for the Fighting Christians over at UC. Columbia, They had Shakta on the ropes.
Yeah,
they were up 20-13 in the fourth quarter, but Shakta picked 6 to take the lead and win that game 27-20. What a fight, though, from Columbia.
Yeah, Columbia, their last game of the season against Bulls, and they got beat up pretty bad. That's not really a good sign, getting beat up pretty bad in your last game of the season. Then you got to go into the playoffs and go play some tough opponents. But a really good job for Columbia of sticking together and realizing that Bulls game is one game, and we can go into playoffs and make some damage happen. And they almost pulled off the upset against Shakta, and again, a really good week or first round playoff win. So. I don't think Columbia's got anything to hang their head on this season. I think they did a really good job with the cards they were dealt, and with losses to St. Augustine, Bulls, and Shakta. None of those those are all respectable losses right there.
And you look at their offense. There's 2 seniors that they have on that group. Both went down with injuries. One in the summer, one they didn't have for the year. That was their center, their anchor of their offensive line. A young group. And then their running back, who's averaging 6 yards per carry, and after he went down, the running game kind of did too for that Columbia team. And it's tough to be one-dimensional, especially when your offensive line struggles a little bit. But an impressive effort, and that Columbia defense is a good unit too.
Oh, I was so impressed with them, even though Bulls put up, I think, 30-plus points on them in that last game of the season. But I was still sitting there. I'm like, I could tell how good this unit is. They were just on the field the whole game against them, and then they proved it in the playoffs, holding Shakta to low score till the end there. And again, really good job, really good season for Columbia. And that's the team. Noah, you were saying this a lot after our drive back from Lake City to the station 2 weeks ago. You were saying that this is a team to look out for next season. They got a lot of young cats, and they're a scrappy unit as well. So this is going to be a team next year that could run even deeper.
Yeah, I think so. That's one to watch out for in the region next year, especially with an experienced offense next season. They've got some weapons. They've got some athletes they can use. I'm surprised they didn't use Cameron Mills more on offense this season. I feel like, I would have liked to see him at running back.
Me too.
But yeah, that's a team that returns a lot of experience on, and they've got some good players coming back on that defense as well. That was a very impressive unit this season. So good battle there from the Tigers, and that's a team I'm excited to see next season. And then we'll go over, we haven't talked about our game of the week yet. We got St. Augustine, Ed White, and just all St. Aug, a incredible performance from that group. 44-12, the final score. They had them running clock at the end of the first half. That was just, we can talk about St. Augustine and their offense felt like they had something to prove. They felt like everyone was talking about how, hey, this is the highest scoring offense in FHSAA history. They were like, well, hey, we're good too. Yeah. We were told that by their broadcaster after the game. And they came out, they dominated this game on all 3 phases. Special teams, they were airtight. Offense, they couldn't be stopped. And defense, the least amount of points Ed White has scored this year before this game was 41.
Yeah.
They scored 12.
And again, we were talking about on the broadcast, just a turnaround for St. Augustine's defense this year. From going to letting up 41 points against Riverside, and then figuring it out, holding these to, I think it was around 24 points, and then as every week went on from that point forward, they just played really good football. And even when on that loss to Mandra, their defense played really good for the circumstances going against that high-powered offense. They did a really good job. So St. Augustine, a state championship contender team. They definitely, if you didn't think that already, they definitely stamped it tonight, especially what they did against Ed White. And they're just clicking at all cylinders, special teams, offense, defense. They're looking really good, and it's going to be fun to watch them the rest of the way.
Yeah, and when you ask coaches about St. Augustine and that defense specifically, they'll all mention the same things. They are disciplined. They're a disciplined unit. They know what they're doing. They align correctly. They fit their run gaps. They don't blow coverages. It's a group that is just, it's the definition of discipline on defense.
Watching them stop Ed White's run game, and especially their money plays. There's a few run plays that Ed White runs, like the QB powers right up the gut. It usually gets him about 5 to 6 yards around that area, and Lloyd usually gets some good carries and good pop runs. So when I saw them just shutting down those run plays in the beginning, especially the QB runs, I'm sitting there like, this is going to be a problem for Ed White if they can't have success through the run game against a team like St. Augustine, and they just shut it down the whole night. King Boylston, I bet, was very frustrated with what was going on, and just constant pressure, good coverage downfield, just having a hard time connecting with the receivers, whether that was drops or whatever the circumstance was. And then again, St. Augustine, they made it look easy. They really did.
Yeah, it was an incredible, just dominant performance from that group, and they'll face Choctaw now at home next week. That's going to be a good matchup there. Ponte Vedra, how about that? One of the two teams that have beat them this year, the Beachside Barracudas. Not this time.
No, not at all.
38-3 Sharks.
I was sitting there thinking, because we predicted, all these games, but for that one, we swept the board with Ponte Vedra. Me, you, Chandler, and Soli. We all picked Ponte Vedra, and I was sitting there surprised, not one of us picked Beachside. I would have thought at least one of us did, and I was low-key sitting there and I don't know. Maybe we're sleeping on Beachside a little bit, but no, I think I was sleeping on how good Ponte Vedra was and how well they're going to show up. That is very impressive when Beachside is no slouch. That's a very solid team over there in St. Johns County, and just what a performance by Ponte Vedra. They're stamping their name into a, this is not a team that I think early in the season we would have thought could have been 3 deep in the playoffs, but here they are, and they can really go. They can make it to the Final Four. I mean, I think they definitely have the tools and intangibles to go out there and give Mainland a fight and maybe even win the game. I mean, probably win the game. I don't even know who's the favorite going into that, but I think that's going to be a really good one. If you're going to watch a game in St. Johns County next week, that's going to be the one. That might be the only game in St. Johns County. Oh, no, St. Augustine too. But I think that's the one to watch. I really think so. Ponte Vedra Mainland should be a nice game to watch.
Yeah, we got some teams that are home next week. Rains is home. Bowles is home. Bradford's home.
Yeah.
There's going to be some teams around here with trips to the Final Four on the line. By the way, Brody, you got me thinking with the picks. Guess who went undefeated this week?
You did?
Yes, sir.
Oh, way to get some redemption from last week.
I only made up one game, though. Brody's been on a roll. You've lost 3 games throughout the entire playoffs.
So I know I lost the Nice one. I was trying to ride with the 904 on that one and just fell short. What else did I lose?
Did you miss 1 or 2 last week?
Last week I lost. I was 19 for 20.
So he's lost 2 games out of 30-something for the postseason.
That makes me feel pretty good.
You know what? Credit where credit is due, man. That is that's a good record right there.
Yeah, you got to put some respect on my name. I know a little bit of ball knowledge here.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
I mean, you're supposed to. That's your job.
Yeah, I know. I was sitting there thinking, Chandler was in the league for, we keep track of our picks and who's has the best win percentage on picks. Chandler was in the lead here, and I'm sitting there. I'm like, it's one thing for me to lose to Noah, but to lose to Chandler and Noah, that's just not a good look as the guy who used to play football. So for me, kind of like Trinity and their season, scratching a claw on their way back. That's kind of what I did with the picks, and just scratched my way back to the top. And I think I won their win percentage.
No, you didn't
on
go
this.
undefeated. Didn't you pick Choctaw?
Yeah, Choctaw won.
My mind was rambling. I thought Columbia. Hold on, never mind.
No, Chandler has made the mistake of being too loyal to the 904.
I'll go down with my city.
Yeah, well, that's going to cost you buying us a steak dinner. So,
maybe an appetizer.
But it's been a good playoff for the 904. So Chandler's record isn't too bad. And then you look around the area. We haven't talked about Bishop Kenny yet. 55-37 over Godby, another high-scoring game. And Bishop Kenny they keep on scoring, man. Godby's defense has struggled. We talked about it on Monday night. Godby's defense has not been there this year. And then Bishop Kenny had scored 40 points in 7 straight games and put up 55 tonight.
Yeah, very impressive for Bishop Kenny, and that's another great playoff win for a 904 team. Bishop Kenny, we've mentioned many times, under a radar team towards the end, which they really shouldn't have been. They were a very solid team, had a really good regular season, and now they're showing in the playoffs. But they do have to go to Reigns next Friday, which is going to be a tough one. But if there's anybody in the region that can put up a fight, it would be Bishop Kenny. So, maybe they go in the Reigns and give them some 4 quarters football, and we'll see where that one ends up.
Yeah, and speaking of Reigns, they West Florida kept it close with them tonight, 54-0. The final score. Another shutout. This team has outscored opponents 568-46 this season. Reigns, they're okay.
They're all right, Not much to really say about their team. They just find a way to win barely every week.
They're scrappy.
Yep, they're a scrappy unit. Jeez, man, I mean the dominance is unreal. Like it's still blasphemy in my head. Like I cannot fathom how good of a football team they are. I really wish we could have got some 904 matchups, so we can get how much are they that much better than everybody else? Like how much would they beat, or could they?
I mean, they tried to schedule hard this.
Yeah,
year.
I'm not blaming them.
They tried. It's just Madison County is a little disappointing. Trinity has turned out to be pretty good actually, and then
maybe they made Lake Mary look like a JV team.
Yeah, and Lake Mary was the 7A runner-up last. They went 9-3 this year.
I mean,
they just beat Spruce Creek 50-20.
Lake Mary is not. I'm not saying they're.
They
a
got
bad
a
team.
Notre Dame committed quarterback, but it would have been nice to see them play like a Mandarin or a Bulls. They played Bulls last year and won that game, but
and that was a fun one too. And there was a lot of trash talking going into that too.
Yeah.
And I wish they booked that one again. That would have been perfect to watch. Maybe like a Week 10 matchup. That would have been pretty sick. But
quick trivia for you, Brody. What's the most amount of points that Reigns has led up this year?
I thought it was 6.
A little higher.
12?
A little higher?
We'll go 14.
Yeah, they've allowed 14 twice. Once to Trinity Christian, once to Madison County. What's the least amount of points that they have scored this year?
Probably gets Madison County, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, the monsoon game.
So I would 29?
27.
Oh, that was close.
And outside of that, the least amount they have scored is 43.
Again, they're playing video games, they're having a fun time. They're playing a rookie mode. Not that the teams they're playing are bad. It's just it's just unreal what they do.
What's it going to be like? I mean, they played a close game with Madison County, but in regular conditions,
I think they're winning by a lot more. I mean, that was perfect for Madison County.
What happens when they get into a tight game?
That's what I was mentioning. I'm like something about Reigns is we've never seen them have to go and game on a line. They need to go drive down and score. They never had to do that in the past 2 years, and playing football. So in their past 2 seasons, so it's just what's going to happen when they get in that tough game towards the end, and
sneaky athlete over there.
Sneaky athlete. What's that username? I can't. Is that? Oh, the man, Oscar Earl. Knights bounce back next year.
The Oak Leaf Knights, I think, are going to bounce back next year.
Yeah, I agree. I think they will be a pretty solid unit next year. Pretty good observation there, Oscar Earl. Thanks for being on the show.
Sneaky good athlete. You were saying though.
I lost train of thought. And that's exactly what he wanted to do, and mission accomplished, Oscar.
Because you're a sneaky good athlete, man, and you hit too many guys a little too hard. Yeah, that's all the games this week. Next week we got Reigns and Bishop Kenny. It's going to be a little harder for Bishop Kenny to score 40 points in this game, but you think they're going to be able to keep it close? And when close, I'm talking about 3 possessions.
I don't know. Bishop Kenny, a very well coached team. They're a disciplined football team. They do got a lot of guys playing both ways, which I think is going to harm them, especially against a team like Reigns who just wears you out. So that's going to be tough. But I could see them putting up 2 touchdowns.
Yeah,
I don't want to crap on them. I think they had a great season. It's just hard to really predict that one against Reigns. It's going to be tough. Reigns has smoked everybody. And, I'm excited to see what they do, though. Could be a good one. What do you think? What do you think Bishop Kenny does to Reigns, Stuart?
If we're setting the line at, say, 24.5, Stuart, is Bishop Kenny going to cover next week?
24.5? You got to think that Reigns is going to get tested at some point, right?
Yeah.
That's a decent line to put in there. 24.5. Probably still cover that.
I think so too.
Reigns is really. Reigns is really
It's
good.
like
And that's no disrespect to Bishop Kenny.
That's what
like
I
you
was
said.
saying.
I mean,
too.
I mean, here's the thing: if you're Bishop Kenny, you need to hang on to that ball as long as you possibly can.
Yeah.
You need to have long, lengthy drives. Keep handing the ball to Caleb Madison. Take as much time off the clock as you possibly can. Keep TJ Cole on the sideline, and that's tough to do against that Reigns defense.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, that'll be a challenge.
Yeah,
that will be a challenge.
I am intrigued to see how they do.
The good thing is, no matter who wins that game, it's a local team into the Final Four. Love to see it.
We could have a
Love
few.
to see it.
I
We
think.
do. We guarantee to have a couple. With
Yeah.
Trinity UC, that'll be a local winner. Bishop Kenny and Reigns, that'll be a local winner. So that's at least two automatically that we know we will have playing in the Final Four.
I think Bradford should make it. I think St. Augustine should make it.
I think Bowles should make it.
Bowles.
Yeah. Yeah. The question mark is like, especially like that Bowles and Bradford game, is the problem is we're not watching tape on Cocoa and Pensacola Catholic. We don't know what they have. We don't know what those teams are bringing to the table when it comes to filling out the rest of that bracket.
Yeah.
But one thing we do know, they got to come here.
Yeah.
They got to come out this way. And, we've said it every round along the way. We have said how huge it is to be that number one seed in the region because you're guaranteed 3 home games if you keep winning.
I wonder Clayton
And
Freeman.
all 6 of our local 1 seeds all won their first 2 round 1, round 2, and now they'll host in round 3. All 6 of them. So,
That's a great point.
Clayton Freeman probably would have the number. What's the most amount of teams from Jacksonville that have made the Final Four in a year? Because we could have Ponte Vedra.
It's probably 3 or 4. I feel like there's been years we've had 4, maybe more than that. In the Final Four?
We could have 6.
I mean, they're all 1 seeds. So, technically speaking, they all should.
Yeah.
6 1 seeds should advance if you're looking at it from a pure seeding standpoint.
Yeah. This is an impressive season from the 904.
Oh yeah, our top end teams have really showed out this season, and done some really good things, and some of them are beating each other up, before even in each prospective region. So yeah, really impressive for the 904, and how about hats off to everybody. Good job.
We need to do a hats off segment. I feel like that's your go-to on the night. Hats off with Brody McGuff. Who's winning the hats off?
Gotta give a yep.
Ooh, are we getting a little peek at
Hats
the future
off.
commitment?
Give it a look.
Brody McGuff.
Hats off.
There it is.
Hats off.
Stuart had to teach me how to do that.
We do have a graphic though.
Hats off.
Chandler's got most state championships among local teams. We can take a look at that.
I know I built the graphic, so I do.
Stuart, credit to Stuart as always.
Stuart possibly built this graphic. We're not sure.
Yeah, it's possible.
I don't know. This looks like Chandler's work to me.
Is that right?
This is Bowles and Trinity lead the way. UC tied for that second spot with Trinity. One of them is going to be one step closer to maybe taking the lead on the other after next week. Reigns with 3. Union County. Union County count as a local team?
Mm-hmm.
How about that?
It is.
And then Bradford with 2.
I think Lake Butler is closer. Might be closer. Well, it's a little further than Stark. They're both far.
Yeah.
Well, Lake Butler being where Union County is.
How about a team in the 904 area code? Like if you had a 904 graphic.
No.
No.
904.
No.
904, baby.
I do based on our TV viewing area.
Yeah.
Our TV viewing area stretches from Brunswick up in southeast Georgia and Glynn County all the way down to the bottom half of St. Johns County and Putnam. We do Palatka down there in Putnam, and then as far west as Lake City in Columbia County.
Yeah.
So we go by the TV market because we are, in fact, if you look at that big logo there, what's at the top of it? TV stations. That's what we do here. Chandler.
Yeah.
For helping me illustrate with the logo. So we do the TV market. We don't do Jacksonville. We do the local area. And I wanted it to be a bigger graphic.
Yeah.
So I made it a bigger graphic with, more teams in it.
Well, we're getting closer and closer to see if anyone's going to add another this season.
What we did here. It's what we did there.
It's
been a minute, by the way, since Bradford. I think it's like the 60s when they won their back-to-back state titles.
Oh, wow.
They're getting
it's like
close.
63 and 64, something wild like that a long time ago.
Oh my
I'm wondering if we get a Bradford
God,
Bowles.
they made it so close a couple years ago, 2 years ago. I think it was in Tallahassee.
I was about to say, they've been really
They got to the state championship game 2 years ago, I want to say it was.
They've been really good recently.
That was the year we went 0 for 3.
Could get Bradford and Bulls here in the Final Four.
You could, and it's funny. You look at the bracket, you're like, oh, Region 1, Region 2, they play in the semifinals. Well, not so fast. They do reseed, so we do have to keep an eye on that. And basically, what they do is they take those Max Preps rankings and those numbers that you put together over the course of the regular season. Your 4 region champs then get ranked 1 to 4 based on those Max Preps rankings. So we'll certainly keep an eye on that and where our teams kind of fall into those rankings. I'll have those
right now. That would be Bulls Bradford.
Would it be? Are they the 1 and 2 in 2A?
No, they'd be 2 and 3.
2 and 3 in 2A.
Cardinal Mooney is number 1.
Are they still alive?
And then all the 1 seeds are still alive.
Okay.
So we could very well get Bulls Bradford in the Final Four.
Who's the 2 there?
That'd be Bulls.
Okay, good.
It'd be better if it was the state championship.
And then if that doesn't work, then we will get them in the state championship.
Or you have them in the state championship.
Yeah.
I mean, that'd be great too. We would love that.
Oh yeah.
Then we would guarantee a state title. Yeah. Then we'd say, hey, instead of playing that in Miami, can we play that at like Everbank? Can we make like a last second adjustment?
Have they ever done a state title at Everbank?
They have not.
Shocking.
Jacksonville still has a chance in every classification, right? Except 7A. Except 7A.
Way to go.
7A's got.
Was Creekside our only fighting chance for that?
That's why I said way to go. That's tough. Way to go, guys. So 6A all the way down. Not in the rural class either.
Yeah.
Didn't just
pick
barely
904 all the way.
Barely missed it in
and
the
then say
rural
take that
class.
Miami. Take that.
Well, I mean, a lot of work left to do before we get to that point.
We're sweeping it. 1 through 6.
I like the mood.
I'm feeling like Chandler Dantzler. He's got me inspired over there.
Let's get the 904 on. Let's get some colored shirts
you know
and just
what?
say 904.
904, baby.
Action Sports Jacks 904. What you looking for?
Fine. Action Sports Jacks viewing area.
/904.
Not as catchy, Stuart.
It's the DMA, man. I don't know what to tell you. It's the designated market area.
Going with the Action Sports Jacks DMA.
DMA. The viewing area. We just say the viewing area.
Viewing area.
Technically, for Action Sports Jacks 24/7, the viewing area is everywhere.
So we win no matter what.
Thanks for watching online, everybody. Because you can watch YouTube anywhere. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah?
Yeah. That's the great thing about streaming, man. You guys had a lot of people watching today.
We did?
Really?
It sucks they had to watch a blowout, but yes.
And blown out audio.
And it's some blown out audio, but that's okay.
Hey, I think it made Noah's touchdowns call sound funnier a little bit, though.
Really.
Okay.
We'll figure it out as we go. I think we saw some really good numbers in there today. So
yeah,
that's good. We love that. That's great.
Thank you everyone for tuning in.
Those dollars pay off for the blowouts we've shown the last 2 weeks on our game of the week. Great. Who picked those games?
Well,
all of us.
Yeah. That was. I mean,
that's where we're all.
We were between Ponte Vedra Beachside and
also
Ed White St. Aug.
We weren't. We're damned if you do, damned if you don't.
We should have done Mandarin Pace.
No, you shouldn't have. That wouldn't have been the one you picked either. We wouldn't have picked a non-local versus a local over, local versus local.
Maybe that's a strategy next year, though. Get that out of market, too.
Yeah, well, we tried that. I think we tried that last year a couple times, and I don't know.
I think for playoffs, we just got to really deeply consider what could be the best game. Because we're paying.
I mean, we thought St. Aug Ed White would be.
It's so hard to figure.
I agree. I thought that again. Nobody thought this. Especially, I think last week was worse.
No, I did.
Chandler thought it.
Yeah. Chandler knew.
Chandler knew.
Chandler did know.
Chandler, you're in charge next year, I guess.
Yep, Chandler, you're making
ready to run the show. I hope.
I would have said Beachside PV.
He would have said.
Oh, that would have been.
Yeah.
That'd have been fun. Great.
Yeah.
At least we wouldn't have had to deal with the traffic.
Oh my goodness! Spend an hour on Phillips Highway
on 95. It's all clogged.
I heard it was pretty bad. What happened?
So the semi got caught in fire.
Oh.
And it burned down.
You can see the story on actionnewsjacks.com.
Good.
I was. It delayed my 2-hour drive. It just added 2 more hours on my drive from Orlando to here. I left at like noon and got here like 4.
I would have just stopped at St. Aug and said, "Hey guys, come on down. I'll see you when you get here."
Me and Noah did look at each other that's what we should have done. Yeah. But it is what it is. That's how the ship sailed.
It is what it is.
All right.
It is what it is.
Good work. Good work on the whole season, boys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was fun.
It was
great.
It was
we got a lot of content for the stream. We love that. We're expanding this thing as we try to do each and every year. Try to make it a little bit better. It's funny. You look behind you here. You see some of the old days. I think that was the first year we did like a game of the week full kind of schedule for the full year. You're going to have a hard time getting a shot at this, Chandler. Sorry. But it's a little, when we had a full game of the week schedule with all the games on the radio.
Yeah.
And we were streaming them also on the web.
Yeah.
As part of it. But that was one of the first years we did kind of a full schedule. And here we are now doing it with a full streaming, adding as part of the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz, which, we love putting that show together. That's one of the most fun shows we get to do each and every year. Unfortunately, this was the last one. Really, I kind of feel like the last one was a couple weeks ago in the regular season.
Yeah.
Because that's when you really have like the 5 box.
Yeah.
And, you're bouncing from game to game. It's a little different. This one, you're kind of reading and adjusting as the games are coming
we're
in.
building at like 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. I think
That's it, man.
We're now in like the live game of the week games are in like the top live streams on the YouTube channel now.
Love
I think
that.
all of them are up there, and one of them is the most watched live stream I think now, unless a Jags post game from Dan Hicken might have passed
those
it.
are pretty good.
Those are very
do
good.
pretty well.
We're ready for those.
Especially when they lose.
But yeah, it's been a fun year, and I thank you for bringing us on. And
yeah,
it's much appreciated.
We came up with the idea to, hey, let's go call a game of the week in May, and then we pitch it to you guys in June, and soon
All right,
enough.
We'll see you next Friday for the basketball game of the week.
Next Saturday, UNF,
There you
Trinity
go.
Baptist College.
That will be also on the stream. Yeah.
Oh,
You got to go join them and do like color commentary on some.
That's what I was telling
basketball.
him. He needs a color commentator. He knows who to call. This guy right here.
Brings the energy, man.
I'll do it. I'll be like, he
but
he
we do
shoots
have-
the crap out of that basketball. That's what I will say.
I tell you what, I think they're playing strong, fundamental, physical defense.
They went up front.
The team with the most points at the end of the game is gonna win.
That's be my keys to the game. That'd
Yeah.
be one of them. You guys put the most points. All right, whatever.
I can't tell you how many times for a soccer match I said, keys to the match, score more goals than the other team. All right, here we go.
It's got to be a lot harder to come up with keys to the game for soccer than football. There's a lot more things you could talk about for football. I don't know what you'd say for soccer.
Well,
Although I'm not a soccer
If you know
viewer.
soccer, you can talk about different things for.
Hey, I'm not gonna be able.
That was just ignorant.
I'm not gonna
thing
be able to
say.
haul the equipment next Saturday, so I need a color guy to help with the equipment next week. So
Let me know.
Yeah.
Let me know.
That sounds like you just want somebody to carry the equipment.
I have surgery. Okay.
Just saying. Sounds like
No, you're right. He's using the surgery as an excuse.
I-
He'd say it every week. I'm so happy I don't have to carry this box.
You got me.
All right, guys.
get
Look
the
out for all the highlights, by the way. You guys are going to post those up on the Instagram. Chandler?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Chandler
thumbs
up till 4 a.m. Getting those ready to go.
Wild, man. That and do we put those on TikTok too?
No, we need to.
No, we don't.
We need.
I thought we did. I don't know.
We put like some clips
We should
on.
put some like best highlights on there.
The best
Yeah.
ones on there? All
They didn't do well.
Shout out to I've never seen it.
TikTok's doing well.
Is it
We've added
doing well?
2,000 followers.
Hey, TikTok!
Went from 84 when we took over in August, and now it's at like 2,005.
That's about right.
2005 something.
Yeah,
So,
that's awesome.
yeah. We're going to teach Brody how to clip. That's what he's going to.
Yeah, next year we're going to be able to clip out
No, next week.
a third faster,
Yeah.
Like it. That's good.
I'll be on my P's and Q's on that.
Efficiency is very, very important in this business of ours. Like right now, we're exporting our game of the week and Friday Night Blitz to put into the stream for future playings.
Yeah.
I did that before I walked over here.
Nice.
What we do
Always
here.
always working. Always working.
All right, guys.
All right.
Good game.
All right.
Thank you to everybody watching. If you're still watching, still watching. Good work. You still got headphones on. Okay. Okay. Good job. Double handshake. All right. Thanks, guys.